order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on motion M36 under private members' business in the name of Mr. Johari. The question is the following one. Mr. Johari, seconded by Mr. Fergus, moved that the House recognize that A, the British Parliament abolished slavery in the British Empire as of August 1st, 1834. B, que l'esclavage.
B, slavery existed in British North America prior to its abolition in 1834. C,
Abolitionists and others who struggled against slavery, including those who arrived in Upper and Lower Canada by the Underground Railroad, have historically celebrated August 1st as Emancipation Day. D.
The Government of Canada announced on January 30th, 2018, that it would officially recognize the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent to highlight the important contributions that people of African descent have made to Canadian society, and to provide a platform for confronting anti-Black racism.
E. The heritage of Canada's people of African descent and the contributions they have made and continue to make to Canada, and that, in the opinion of the House, the government should designate August 1st of every year as Emancipation Day in Canada.
Hello everyone, bonjour à tous. It's great to join you all today to celebrate Emancipation Day. For starters, I want to thank the Ontario Black History Society for bringing us together and for the important work you do for the preservation, promotion, and study of Black history. I also want to thank Majid Jahari and Senator Wanda Thomas Bernard for their advocacy and ongoing efforts to make sure we mark this historic day. Emancipation Day is a time for all of us to commemorate the Abolition of Slavery Act. On this day in 1834, more than 800,000 people of African descent were freed from slavery. Here in Canada, this act freed people of African descent in the British and French colonies that became Quebec, Ontario, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and New Brunswick. We must also remember that Indigenous peoples in Canada were subject to forced slavery too, and that the effects of colonialism are still being felt today. Yes, this is a day for celebration, but it's also a day for reflection. After the passage of the abolition of the Slavery Act, people of African descent were legally free, but they were not equal. And today, despite the progress we've made, Black Canadians still face discrimination, systemic racism, and countless barriers to success. This isn't right, and it's not how things should be. Les obstacles systémiques auxquels vous faites face sont inacceptables et injustes. Et en pensant à l'avenir, on doit prendre des mesures pour changer la situation. Our government remains committed to doing the work of building a more inclusive country, a Canada where no one is left behind. That's why we're making historic investments in community programs across the country to improve social and economic outcomes in Black communities. We launched Canada's first ever Black entrepreneurship program, which will provide the tools and support you need to grow your businesses. And we're taking action through our anti-racism strategy to make sure no one faces racism or discrimination. Le racisme n'a pas sa place dans notre société, et on va faire tout ce qu'on peut pour l'éradiquer. Et ensemble, on va bâtir un Canada meilleur pour tout le monde. Merci.
Hello, Ontario Black History Society. I'm really pleased to join you for this virtual celebration from my home in East Preston, Nova Scotia, the land of the Mi'kmaq. I want to sincerely congratulate you on your many years of marking Emancipation Day and the many resources that you've created. It's been my pleasure to be a part of the journey to make this national recognition a reality. I want to thank MP Majid Jahari and all of the MPs in the House of Commons for unanimously approving motion 36. And I also want to thank my colleagues in the Senate who have unanimously approved the motion that I brought forward there, motion 83. This truly is a time for us to acknowledge the past harm and to chart new pathways towards empowerment and brighter, better futures for our children and our children's children. So as we mark this National Emancipation Day in 2021, I'm filled with excitement for what's to come, especially when I think about the potential to educate the nation about the significance of the contributions of African people and to get us all working towards a different future and better outcomes. Enjoy your day, enjoy your celebration.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
With the sponsor of the motion.
By video conference, Mr. Johari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Hello, my name is Majid Johari, Member of Parliament for Richmond Hill and Markham. I'm pleased to join you for the virtual celebration of Emancipation Day with the Ontario Black History Society. I would also like to acknowledge the immense pride I feel to be able to commemorate this August 1st as the first year Emancipation Day is nationally recognized. Earlier this year, the House of Commons officially passed a motion unanimously to recognize Emancipation Day nationwide. This motion would have not been possible without the resilient support and consistent advocacy from the Ontario Black History Society and other various Black organizations across the country. I want to thank Natasha Henry and the entire OBHS board for organizing this event and for continuing to advocate for the Black community in Ontario. Together, as we reflect on the troubling past, let us continue to educate and support one another. This event is not only the start, we have so much more to do, and we will. Today is about recognizing the past, but also about moving forward. Together, we will continue to enact meaningful change and fight for equality. Thank you to all advocates, and thank you to the members of the community. This would have not been possible without you. Thank you very much.
As we mark Emancipation Day this year, communities across Ontario and Canada are coming together to reflect, to grapple with the painful truths of our history and our present, and to build the better way forward we want to see. Over this past year, which has been filled with both pain and possibility, New Democrats have been proud to follow the lead of the Ontario NDP Black Caucus, to work collaboratively with communities that are fighting for justice, dismantling anti-Black racism, and creating a more equitable, just, and prosperous Ontario in every sector, from housing and employment to healthcare and education, to policing and justice, and beyond. I want to extend a heartfelt thanks to the Ontario Black History Society for continuing the vital work of protecting Ontario's rich Black history, which is Canada's history, and finding new and innovative ways to share it with all of us, especially the next generation. So to the board, staff, and volunteers, thank you for your incredible work and this great virtual celebration. Merci beaucoup, mes amis, miigwech, and happy Emancipation Day.
August 1st is Emancipation Day, a day to celebrate and commemorate the abolition of slavery in the British Empire on August 1st, 1834. It's a day to celebrate the strength and resiliency of Black communities all across Canada. It's also a day to reflect on the legacy of systemic racism, past and present, and a day to commit, especially for people who look like me, to commit to dismantling systemic racism in our society so we can build a better, more inclusive and caring Canada. So to all my fellow Canadians of African descent, thank you for making Canada a better place to live. Happy Emancipation Day.
Hello, Mayor John Tory here. Today on August 1st, I join Black communities and Canadians at large in marking Emancipation Day. Because on this day, in 1834, slavery was legally abolished. And with that act, more than 800,000 people of African descent were freed across the British Empire. Since this historic watershed moment in our country's history and the history of the British Empire, we have recognized Emancipation Day and have officially proclaimed it here in the city of Toronto. Today is a day on which the freedom and free expression of identity of the Black communities in Canada is proudly celebrated. But it must be accompanied by a recognition of the very fact that there was a need for emancipation and the terrible intergenerational trauma this has caused for our Black communities. It also serves as a crucial and requisite reminder of the work that remains. It's a day on which we can firm up our resolve to act to take down long-standing barriers and find antidotes to the continuing struggles faced by people of African descent so as to foster a more inclusive city. As Canadians, we can sometimes fall victim to the false belief that slavery isn't a troubling chapter in our own history, that it entirely happened somewhere else. But today especially, we must all be students and citizens of history and reflect and grapple with the grim periods of our very own past and its legacies. And we don't need to look too far back into the history books to find these injustices. Their legacies have endured and shaped the present reality for many Torontonians to this day. And that is why it is important that we change the name of Dundas Street, to acknowledge the more honest view we take of history today and to make a statement about who we are and who we want to be in the 21st century Toronto. And while the city has spearheaded remedies and means to overcome these inequities, such as the Black Scientist Task Force for Vaccine Equity as we fought the pandemic, we recognize there is much outstanding work to be done in many different areas. Please know that myself as mayor, as well as the City Council and the city at large, are staunch allies in the fight against anti-Black racism. Through our Confronting Anti-Black Racism unit at the city, the first of its kind in North America, that work will continue, with divisions inside the city, including the police service and the police board, looking to find new ways to support Toronto's Black residents to build up their trust and to better serve them. City Council also recently launched Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee as a council advisory body to ensure that the city's council members are being even more responsive to the pressing needs and interests of Toronto's Black communities. We're doing a full appraisal, examining every aspect of the status quo without exception. This is a time to challenge norms and to commit not just to doing better, but doing our best to do what's right, to learn from our history. And we must recognize that gains have been made, but this is an ongoing journey towards realizing a greater sense of justice. With that, I wish Torontonians a day filled with both the celebration of the vibrant culture and valued contributions by Black Torontonians, as well as a day to reflect on our past and our commitment to advancing equity and justice in our present. Thank you.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 335, 335. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Individual whose mother comes from Nova Scotia and which my Mi'kmaq community calls home, and also an individual who has African roots, in which my father was born and raised in Tanzania, Africa. I'm so proud and honored to be giving you guys this land acknowledgement, especially during these crucial times in which me and my community are healing from. We acknowledge the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. I hope you all enjoy today. Thank you. Enjoy.
lift every voice and sing. I'm very happy to be celebrating Emancipation Day, and I'm going to be accompanied by my guitarist, Jordan Ward. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling seas. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Ontario Black History Society's Emancipation Day special. I'm your host, Brandon Gonez, and I am so excited to be here. For those of you who may not know who I am, how don't you know? No, I'm joking. But I am host of the Brandon Gonez Show, which you can watch on YouTube and across all social media platforms, and also CEO of Gonez Media Inc., which is actually Canada's fastest growing online news and entertainment company. But what I really want to take the time to do is thank you all for joining us here today. And shout out to all that great talent that kicked off this production, including Chelsea. Girl, you can sing. By the way, Chelsea and I actually went to high school together. Just a little fun fact there for you. But this is a very historic day. Of course, we know this is Emancipation Day, but in this country, it is now officially being recognized from coast to coast to coast. And can we all just say, it's about time. Facts. It's about time. I mean, let's be honest. It's been a huge community lift to get us to this point where we are today. So that in turn requires a huge community celebration. And I know we can't do it in person right now, but I'm glad that we can do it virtually, because we all know what emancipation means to us. It's an expression of freedom. It represents celebration. It represents the removal of the chains of slavery, both physically and mentally. And that is something we should never forget. Mind you, I mean, this should have been a day that should have been cemented in this country from a long time ago. But we all know how things play out. They like to put our history in the back corner, in the back of the closet, as if it doesn't mean anything. But we all know it means something. It means so much. And I'm so glad we can celebrate that today. In fact, we have a great lineup for you, including the fact that we are going to be unveiling a plaque for community leader for the late Beverly Maskell. Plus, we're going to talk about the massive event that is Toronto Carnival. A lot of people love the celebration of Toronto Carnival, but why did Carnival actually start? What is the history behind Carnival? It actually relates back to emancipation. We're gonna have a timeline for you. Can't wait to show you that. Plus, we are gonna be featuring some great Black Canadians from across this country. So get ready, sit back, relax. You know, I like to say grab a snack. But first, let's send it over to Ontario Black History Society's president and historian, Natasha Henry.
My name is Natasha Henry, and as the president of the Ontario Black History Society, I'm delighted to welcome you to our annual Emancipation Day commemoration to greet you for the 187th Emancipation Day, which is also known as August 1st. The occasion recognizes the legal abolition of slavery in most of the British Empire on August 1st, 1834. The legislation applied to most British colonies, including Canada, where the last remains of enslavement were nearing the end through gradual abolition. For some who remained in a state of forced servitude through apprenticeships, legal freedom was delayed for 4 more years until August 1st, 1838. The day became an instant occasion of celebration for the formerly enslaved and later by their descendants. Emancipation Day is a Black tradition for Black people. It has been commemorated across Canada at different points in time. Emancipation Day was marked with church services, speakers, parades with marching bands and floats, performances, banquets, toasts and resolutions, outings, a range of leisure activities, and protest. It is filled with symbols and imagery, messages of uplift and Black collective self-determination, and demands of racial justice. A strong, consistent theme of Emancipation Day was protest and the persistent pursuit of freedom and citizenship. Freedom is the core theme, and over time has come to be defined in different ways. Freedom is a process. Those who secured their freedom from enslavement by various avenues actively constructed freedom and practiced freedom in their own right. Descendants have and continue to define and demand freedom. We continue to be on the way to freedom as we continue to face racial inequalities that are entrenched in the legacies of racial slavery. This reality was brought to the world stage last year with the social unrest that spread globally. Emancipation Day is an integral component of the history and ongoing movement for Black lives. Emancipation Day commemorations were an interweaving of faith, thanksgiving, education, family, remembrance, resistance, community, hope, and promise. Earlier this year, Bill M36 passed by unanimous consent, declaring that August 1st will be nationally recognized as Emancipation Day. I see 2 parts to this. First, it's an opportunity to strengthen the ties between Black Canadians across the country and to celebrate together, carry on the tradition, the liberation ritual. And secondly, I also see it as a mechanism to hold the different levels of government to account. I applaud this step and the efforts to make this happen. I don't want this national acknowledgement to just receive symbolic recognition and performative platitudes. It should be seen as another platform to agitate for real, impactful policy changes for Black Canadians, just like our ancestors did. Emancipation Day is not only about remembering when legal freedom was granted by the government that was influenced by the persistent agitation of enslaved people and abolitionists. It's about participating in and continuing the long-held, rich cultural tradition of our ancestors. Take some time to view the virtual timeline of Toronto Carnival in partnership with Toronto Carnival. And thank you to Heritage Toronto for unveiling the plaque dedicated to Beverly Maskell, a stalwart in the African Canadian community. We are so elated to have participants and audiences from across Canada and other places around the world. Thank you once again for joining us for Emancipation Day, and please enjoy.
Peace to the Ontario Black History Society. My name is Ellen Diai, aka Webster. I'm really happy to be amongst you today in this great day, Emancipation Day, August 1st. I wanted to take the time to talk to you about one of our forefathers, Olivier Lejeune, who arrived in Quebec City in 1629, who's the first African resident of Canada. Now, often we talk about Mathieu d'Acosta, who came in 1604, 1605 to Nova Scotia, but went back to Europe. There was somebody else also accompanied Samuel de Champlain at Ile Sainte-Croix, who died there from scurvy in 1604. But they came and went, came or died here. But Olivier Lejeune arrived here in 1629 and spent his whole life in Canada. He arrived with the Kirk brothers, who were kind of British pirates who took Quebec City in 1629. And they brought with them this young boy who was enslaved. He was either from Madagascar or from the Guinean coast. He was sold to a trader. His name was Le Bailly. He was sold 50 écus. And then when the French took the city back, this young boy was given to Guillaume Couillard. And this site here is important. We stand in the yard of the Séminaire de Québec. And before it became the Séminaire, this is where the Couillard family lived. So this is where Olivier Lejeune lived. He was given the name Olivier Lejeune at the start of the 1630s. We don't know his real name. We don't know his African name given by his family back then. So we don't have a choice but to call him Olivier Lejeune. But we have to keep in mind that it's slave name, that it's his colonial name. Olivier Lejeune spent his whole life in Quebec City and died May 10th, 1654. Since 2020, he has been recognized as the first Black person of historical importance in Quebec. And since May 10th of this year, the anniversary of his transition, we installed this plaque here as to commemorate his life and his passage here in Quebec, in Canada. I think that Olivier Lejeune is important for every African Canadian, for every Canadian of African descent, because he's the first one to have been living here his whole life. So we need to commemorate this forefather and remember his life. So this is a poem I've written for an upcoming book, which is called African Theology, edited by Greg Frankson. Je suis mort sur l'île Sainte-Croix, anonyme. Ils ont ouvert mon corps afin de voir ce qui en mon sein croit. Scorbut. 1604, premier paragraphe de ce corpus. Afro-Can devenu invisible. Qui eût cru qu'il y en aurait encore plus? Fermez la bouche de d'Acosta, remise aux chaînes Olivier Lejeune, plus de 24 fois, depuis des siècles qui se l'imaginent. Québec blanc, Canada monochrome, fallait élaguer le récit, recalibrer l'hologramme, maquiller la servitude, et puis surtout la rébellion. Certains esprits ont abdiqué, mais chaque 1er août, nous nous rappelions. Ils ont tellement vanté le chemin de fer que tout le reste est devenu clandestin. Apaiser la conscience, nettoyer les traces d'un plan mesquin. Pour regarder vers l'avant, comprendre le poids qui fait pression sur ta nuque. Racisme et exclusion, ségrégation, version Canuck. Regarde-moi, je suis courage, je suis David à Shelburne. Harris à Sainte-Cat au peu pointe quand l'échelle pleuve. Je suis Bible et Marianne, la voix des fugitifs et des freemen. Je me rapproprie la narrative et deviens l'aube du lendemain. Je suis Dawn, je suis Elgin, Halifax et Vancouver, Montréal et Winnipeg, Toronto à Vancouver. Je sillonne les provinces, tête haute et me porteur. Je suis natif et immigrant, et toutes les autres âmes déportées. Je suis congrès des écrivains, une émeute à Sir George. Je suis la lutte et la promesse d'un orage délicieux jauge. J'ai traversé les siècles, la majesté du baobab. En mon cœur, un griot, une diaspora qu'on ne met pas au pas. Les racines du bois d'ébène, plantées en terre septentrionale. Regarde-moi, je pousse. Et puis mes signes s'étendiront. Happy Emancipation Day to everybody. Y'all take care, stay up, strength, courage, peace.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tony Ince, Minister of African and Nova Scotian Affairs and Minister responsible for the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism Initiatives in Nova Scotia. Our Canadian history is filled with the accomplishments, contributions, and innovations of remarkable African Canadian individuals. Businesswoman and community activist Beverly Maskell helped pave the way for diversity and equity in the beauty supply industry. Beverly's company, Maskell Beauty Supplies, was one of the leading suppliers of hair products and beauty supplies across Canada. Beverly was a great woman. Beverly believed in her community and believed in the ability of all African Canadians. When community members came to her looking for assistance, looking for the help to maybe start their own business or even get a job, Beverly was there to help them. She was a great woman. She was a forward-thinking woman. And what I'm going to say to you is we have a personal connection. Both of us have family ties to Cape Breton. I am so proud of the work that Beverly has done, and I'm very proud that Beverly is being recognized for her innovation, her contributions, and what she has given to this country and our community. Thank you and have a great day.
You know, people talk about my mom being a successful entrepreneur, but to me, you know, the business meant more than that. Like, you know, especially at that time, that wave of immigration coming from the Caribbean into Canada, specifically into Toronto, and you come to this country and you know, back then, you know, I mean, when Caravana started, I think there were only 12,000 Black people. So you come to this country and you don't know whether or not you belong here or not, you know, say in the 1970s, and then you walk into this store and you see products with, you know, people's faces that look like you, with people serving you that look like you, the owner looks like you, like it means more than the business.
Absolutely, on so many levels, just hair, beauty, all that. So it's
Yeah.
really, really integral to the culture.
Yes. So I think that's a big part of my mother's story, and also the fact that people watched her do it. So they watched her build. They saw her start, you know, with me in the car and her going and, you know, calling on these shops, you know, and then her starting her one little shop. She started just at the front of the store with Gwen in the back. Gwen Gunter was in the back, you know, doing hair. Gwen was there before my mom. A German lady owned that shop. And so they watched her, you know, starting from her car to getting, you know, the front of a store, to the whole store, to the building, to more stores, to distribution, to those things. And she's, you know, a person who they knew. So my mother went to Central Tech, you know, so I think that empowered a lot of people. I think that's why a lot of people had that affection for my mother, and also my mother as a person. if you met her and you spoke to her, she'd make you feel better about whatever you were doing. She had that ability.
Events such as these are important for Heritage Toronto. We are a charitable agency of the city that delivers, celebrates and commemorates the city's rich and diverse histories. Now in its 51st year, our Plaques program tells the stories of the people, the places, and the events that have shaped Toronto. Today's event is being recorded by the Ontario Black History Society, and the video will be presented on August 1st as part of the Ontario Black History Society's Emancipation Day video stream. It's a special pleasure for me to MC this event. In August of 2019, I had the pleasure to MC this last plaque unveiling on Emancipation Day with the Ontario Black History Society. The plaque we're unveiling today is for business owner and community advocate Beverly Maskell. We are pleased many members of Beverly's family could join us today, including her son Eldon, who will be speaking shortly. Beverly Maskell was born in Nova Scotia in 1941 and moved with her family to Toronto in the 1950s. The family lived in the Bloor-Bathurst area, and Beverly went to school right behind me here at Central Tech. Beverly founded Maskell Beauty Supply Limited in the 1970s. The business stocked and distributed a range of beauty products for Black people and people of color. Before Beverly started Maskell Beauty Supply, these products were hard to find in Toronto, and people often need to travel to cities like Buffalo to purchase them. The company tapped into a huge demand for beauty products for Black people, and Maskell Beauty Supply grew into one of the largest businesses of its kind in Canada, supplying major chains like Shoppers Drug Mart, Eaton's, and Simpsons. Beverly was also a tireless supporter of the Toronto Black community and many charitable causes. She worked closely with the Canadian Sickle Cell Society, and in 1996 set up the Maskell Community Foundation to assist youth, women, and minorities. In 1998, she was invested as a member of the Order of Canada for her community and her charitable work. The plaque we're unveiling today is a copy of the real plaque, which will be installed near the location of Maskell's Bathurst Street store when it's completed later this year. I would like to thank the Maskell family for approaching Heritage Toronto and initiating this wonderful plaque project, and the Ontario Black History Society for their support on the project and on this event. I would now like to invite Mike Layton, Toronto City Councillor for University Rosedale, to speak.
Well, thank you, Lisa, and thank you all for being here today for this occasion. You know, I've been out of my house just a handful of times for official events in the last 18 months. And oftentimes it's rising up in protest against injustices that we see in the world. And sometimes it's to make statements. One of the last two times that I went out was to take the name of Peter Russell off a street in the University of Toronto because of, in recognition or recognizing that his contribution to the city wasn't a good one, as he was advanced the process of slavery in our country. But it's moments like these, it's opportunities like these to get together and celebrate that make me so thankful to be in the role that I'm in, to work with the people I work with and the agencies I work with, like Heritage Toronto, because it's reshaping the narrative of our city. It's telling the story of great successes and great contributions to not only to the Black community and bringing the beauty care products that weren't available in other in other stores because of long generational institutional racism that continues to persist, but was being broken down by business owners like Bev in bringing these products to Toronto. But also for her contribution in giving back to the community. And you heard just from Lisa just how deep that ran, how much her commitment was to not only her neighborhood, but to the Black community of the city of Toronto. And I'm so thankful that I can be here to share that with you. Now, I would say I didn't know Bev personally. I lived just on Albany Avenue, which is, like, funny enough, about a block away from her store at 123 Albany Avenue from the time I was born till my parents split up and I was in my teens. But we would walk by that store, and we would be on that corner. I remember what Bathurst was. It was a vibrant Black business community in this neighborhood. And some of that's gone, but we're doing our best to try to restore that.
We got Miguel here from a different bookless cultural center. That's going to be an institution on this street forever, going forward with the new cultural center moving back into Mirvish Village. This plaque, the others like it in the neighborhood, we got to keep doing that. Let's tell our stories so our kids can see them and learn from them and be inspired by them and say, you know what, that's a contribution that I can give back. And that's what I hope something like the plaque here will be an inspiration to our youth and make sure that the history of our community stays in our community and continues to educate the next generation. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I look forward to it being permanently installed. If I can be of any help with permitting, I will be there for you. And we will hopefully be here in about a year and a half's time to open up a different bookless cultural center over on Bathurst Street that will further tell the story of Blackhurst at the Lower Bathurst. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Natasha Henry, President of the Ontario Black History Society. Beverly Maskell was a member and former board member of OBHS.
Thank you all for joining us today. I'm so glad to be here on behalf of the Ontario Black History Society and glad that we could work together with Heritage Toronto and the Maskell family to unveil the plaque dedicated to Beverly Maskell, a stalwart in the African Canadian community, as part of our Emancipation Day commemoration. These two events are connected. The history and legacy of slavery placed Black women outside of the Western category of woman. Miss Maskell, who was an enterprising woman, disrupted this persistent idea at a time when conversations and standards of beauty, fashion, and womanhood were exclusionary of Black women. Also, as part of the mandate of the Ontario Black History Society, we aim to recognize and document the contributions of people of African descent and to help in the preservation of stories, the contributions and lives of African Canadians, such as that of Beverly Maskell. The efforts to acknowledge and preserve the rich and extensive presence and contributions of Black Canadians through heritage plaques is one important avenue to accomplish this. Our board of directors recognizes the importance of acknowledging the contributions of Black citizens in Toronto and in our province, such as Ms. Maskell, and how such endeavors serve as an important role in educating the public and, as was mentioned, educating our children. This plaque dedication is also important as the tireless work and community building that Black women engage in often goes unheralded. The advocacy of women like Beverly Maskell have helped to pave the way for women like me who have continued the course. Recognizing Beverly Maskell also has a personal link for me. I remember going to Maskell's Beauty Supply as a child, coming down here to Bathurst and Bloor with my mother, going to the pediatrician, making the rounds to the Black stores, getting our treat at McDonald's, going to Honested's. And then later, as a teenager, when my friends and I were coming into ourselves as young people in the late 80s, early 90s on Orphus Road, near where we lived, and we went there to purchase Black hair products, makeups, and accessories that we couldn't find elsewhere as we endeavored to fashion ourselves with pride in our Black beauty. Going to or getting products from the US was the main way to get Black products at the time. Her passion, her life work was impactful for me and many other Black women, and it is wonderful to be part of ensuring that the public learns more about her and that she is included in the public memory of the city of Toronto.
Thank you, Natasha. I would like to now invite Beverly Maskell's son, Eldon, to the microphone to deliver some remarks.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. It's a beautiful day, a special day for me and my family. My mother graduated from this school, Central Tech, in 1959. It's amazing that I don't think she would ever think that there would be a day, that there would be a plaque in her honor here being dedicated to her with her grandkids here and me speaking on her behalf. So thank you everyone for being here. And I'm also here representing my father, who's still with us. He's 85 years old, but he's 85 years old. So when he says he doesn't want to do something, I can't argue with that. So I'm here representing him also. My family's history in this community goes back to the 1950s. My parents, on my mother's side, my grandparents lived on Markham Street from the mid-50s, and actually my father, when he first arrived in Toronto from Nova Scotia, lived in Mr. Gary's house at 30 Barton Street. So the history goes back, and the history of the black community in this neighborhood goes back even 100 years before that. Some of the houses on Markham Street were built by former slaves from the Underground Railroad. They named the laneway between Markham and Bathurst after Deborah Brown, who was one of those people. So this is also honoring her. And that's also in my mother's spirit, to do more than just acknowledge her, to also acknowledge other people who have contributed to this community. So thank you to Heritage Toronto. Thank you to Chris Bateman for leading this. And thank you to Councillor Layton for being here. Thank you to my family members who are here, Charlene, Jennifer, also to the Shreves, who are like family, Gloria and Tracy. Thank you all. It's a beautiful day, and Emancipation Day is the real event. So this is the dress rehearsal. The real event is on Emancipation Day. Thank you all.
So it is time to unveil the plaque now. So if I could just please ask the speakers to join me on the stage and gather behind the plaque for a photograph. And once the plaque's been revealed, we're going to do another group photo, and anyone who wants to be in the photo is welcome to join us. Who's going to give the shoe? Anyone? 1, 2, 3!
Hey, I'm back. So hopefully everybody's still feeling good, feeling energized. Come on now, stretch it with me. Get that blood boiling. I'm joking. Don't rise your blood pressure. But what I did want to highlight to you is a really cool fun fact that you may not have known about this year's Emancipation Day. And that's that a go bus is actually being wrapped to celebrate Emancipation Day. So hopefully if you catch that go bus driving around in the streets of Toronto, you can click a photo of that or snap a photo of that and upload that to social media. So I talked about it in my intro, about the impact that is Toronto Carnival. We all know it's North America's largest outdoor festival. Each and every one of us has probably attended Carnival at some point in our lives. But just in case you didn't know, Carnival is actually a direct result of emancipation. That's what it is. There's so much history behind it that we wanted to go deeper into that for you, but also highlight the fact that Carnival means so much to Toronto. It means so much to Canada. I mean, it is a highlight of Caribbean culture. Is it not safe to say that Toronto and Canada would not be the city and country it is without Caribbean culture? And that's not being boasty, that's just stating facts. Anyways, I know I can talk too much, I chat too much, so let's just get on with the show. And here's a timeline of Toronto Carnival.
In 1967, the roots of Emancipation Day celebrations influenced the creation of Caravana in Toronto. Introduced as part of the programming for Canada's centennial celebration, Caribbean immigrants brought the forms of observing Emancipation Day and freedom through Carnival to the shaping and establishment of this popular African Canadian tradition. Parading through the streets was and is a core element of Emancipation Day. Black people dressed in costumes and regalia, creating a spectacle of color heavily influenced by African motifs and Black cultural symbols. They played music, sang songs, danced, and performed in public. There were floats, dignitaries, community leaders, performers that were part of the procession. Along with the underlying themes of freedom, there were other themes and messages of culture, community, protest, resistance, and pride creatively woven into the occasion. Caravana, an extension of the Caribbean Carnival, was born in slavery and out of emancipation.
Proud to say I was an original participant of the first Caravana with the Cougars, the band that I sang with, and I must say to many that Caravana at that time was a special gift to Canada for her 100th birthday. It was a gift from the West Indian community to celebrate Canada's 100th birthday. And this gift was all the Caribbean islands came together and formed a committee and decided to celebrate in a very special way with this carnival or Caravana, which originated the parade, the first parade, I should say, took place on Yonge Street from Bloor to Yonge, south onto City Hall, and from there, all road leads to Center Island, where we would celebrate until late at night with a grandstand show with various artists. And I can remember on that day, the final day of Caravana, the Governor General of Jamaica at that time, Sir Clifford Campbell, came and gave such a wonderful speech at Center Island. And I must say, I am very proud that the Cougars, the band that I sang with, was able to play both national anthems, the Canadian anthem and the Jamaican anthem. And it went on for many years, and that Caravana parade went on for so many years until the parade changed its route to University Avenue, then the Lakeshore. To all the people who made it possible for us to celebrate Carnival, as we call it now, or celebrate Caravana then, I am very, 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 very thrilled, because what it did, it allowed us to share our culture with the rest of the world. And today, Carnival in Canada or in Toronto is very well accepted, and it's a very, very special treasure, a special gift for our grandchildren. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. These ladies had, including my mom, they had nowhere to go on their day off until they finally had a place which was called the WIF Club, WIF Club, which is known as the West Indian Federation Club. And it was owned and run by the Geary family and the Lynn family. Mr. Harry Geary and Kermit and Kingsley Lynn, they were the proprietors of the WIF Club, which is known as the West Indian Federation. And that club, which was located at College and Brunswick Avenue, my goodness, there's so much it did for the community. There's so much that WIF Club did help so many people to get their landed papers of Canada, and the stories of the West Indian Federation Club is never ended. So I'd like to take time to acknowledge the West Indian Federation Club and the part it plays.
Under the Diefenbaker government, the Canadian immigration law was liberalized to include a point system, and the point system meant that if you spoke French or English and you had certain professional qualifications or academic qualifications, and you could enter Canada and eventually become a landed immigrant and a citizen. Previously, it was really based on a criterion of race. If you're white coming from Europe or the United States, you're free to enter Canada. Before that, it was very difficult for Black people and other people of color to enter Canada. So you had this liberalization in 1962 based on a point system, and then further liberalization in 1967 under Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson. And that meant that tens of thousands of people from the West Indies or the Caribbean entered Canada. From the British West Indies, they came from places like Guyana or former British Guyana, Trinidad, Jamaica, and from the French West Indies, predominantly, people came predominantly from Haiti. Lots of professionals came, people who were medical doctors, nurses, teachers, accountants, you name it, from all types of professional pathways. These people entered Canada. And what happened was really a brain drain for the sending countries, because it's the best and the brightest that were coming. It's interesting because that requirement was not put in place for people coming from Europe or white people from the United States. But it's almost as if people coming from the global south had to be super qualified. Students also came. Students also came to the various colleges and universities. We think of the students who went to Sir George William University in Montreal. Of course, there was a famous Sir George William University computer riot. And so dozens of these students came from the West Indies to pursue professional degrees. And unfortunately, many of them were denied that opportunity to gain their degrees because so many were deported and were put in jail because they were charged with burning down the computer lab, which, as people said, the West Indian students didn't do it. But what also happened in this era from 1962 onward, throughout the decade of the 60s and into the 70s, is this real flowering of culture, real flowering of the arts. There was a development of the literary arts and also of the visual arts. We think of writers like Austin Clarke, who we call the Dean of African Canadian Writing. Austin came to Canada during the 50s, but certainly his literary contributions took flight in the decade that we're speaking of, in the decade of the 1960s. West Indian people really changed the landscape of towns in Southern Ontario, especially Toronto. But people also went west. People went to Manitoba, to Saskatchewan, to Alberta, to British Columbia. So many Caribbean teachers taught on native reserves in British Columbia, in Manitoba, and in Alberta. So the teachers made a tremendous contributions out west. We know of the domestic scheme, the women who came and worked in the domestic scheme as maids and domestics in the homes of white Canadians. And they did this throughout the country, from Nova Scotia right back to British Columbia. West Indian people changed the country with their culinary culture by introducing new foods and new dishes and new recipes and new ways of blending Caribbean cuisine with quote unquote Canadian cuisine. And of course, and the setting up of various restaurants, various Caribbean restaurants, cook shops and takeout shops. And the musical culture was just incredible because people introduced the reggae music and calypso and soca to Canada. And we see the manifestations of this culture, this musical culture, in places like Little Jamaica up on Eglinton Avenue West. So the Caribbean migration, people who came in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and their children and grandchildren and their great-grandchildren have contributed greatly to the country of Canada.
Hi, my name is Dijon Hamilton, and I am a steel pan player. The steel pan and its relationship to emancipation is one that shares many parallels. The very history of the steel pan is in the face of oppression. It's in the face of the banning of the djembe drum that led to the introduction of a new instrument called the tambour bamboo that eventually led to the invention of the steel pan. And based off of, the banning, and based off of oppression, and based off of the struggle, we had innovation, we had new life, we had something that came from a struggle that became beautiful. So the two stories are interwoven when it comes to the emancipation story of how we came to be, the constant fight, the constant ability to be able to readjust and to be able to change the narrative to say, this is what we're struggling with and this is what we're going through. And this is what we're going to turn it through consistent sacrifices and consistent fighting to be able to make something ugly into something beautiful. So I'd love to leave the thought with you about the parallels of how the steel pan shares that similarity, how the steel pan and just music in general shares that relationship to emancipation, allowing something that was ugly to turn into something that has been beautiful through struggle, through oppression, has come innovation, has produced a beautiful thing through the long run.
Hello, my name is Dan Hill, and I'm very proud to say that my parents, Daniel Grafton Hill III and my mother, Donna Hill, were huge advocates of human rights. My dad started the Ontario Human Rights Commission in 1965, the first commission of its kind to prosecute landlords and shop owners who would not rent apartments or allow Black people to shop. So a hugely seminal role as a human rights advocate fighting systemic racism. My mother, the same. They were amazing partners. In 1978, they actually started the Ontario Black Historical Society, which was very important because we all need to know so much more about the wonderful Black history that we come from. Because frankly, we don't see a lot of stories about how rich and powerful and inspiring our Black history was. So I'm so thrilled that my parents had the vision to start the Ontario Black History Society. Now it's a huge part of the Canadian fabric. I've tried in my own way to carry on in my parents' wonderful example of fighting systemic racism. I've written a lot of articles on these subjects. I've written books on these subjects. I've released a lot of records, some of them huge hit songs based on these subjects. A few months ago, I released a single I wrote called What About Black Lives? It's a lyric video single, which goes right to the heart of some of the things that have been going on that have been vexing Black people. Again, that song was spurred on by the murder of George Floyd, but given that I grew up in the family I grew up in, we knew all about this stuff going on back when I was 5. All I can say is when I think of the Ontario Black History Society, I think of my parents, and I'm very moved.
When we speak about the evolution of Carnival in Trinidad and Tobago, most people use the arrival of the French in the late 18th century as a starting point. And the French, they had these lavish balls, private events in which they would dress up in very elaborate costumes, and the lavishness of these balls no doubt left an impression on the onlooking slaves who were not allowed to participate in these balls. So they decided instead to mimic and imitate the French, using whatever they had on hand at the time, simple rags, simple tins, beads, and buttons to imitate the jewelry. So many of Trinidad and Tobago's traditional carnival characters have their origins in imitation, but also in the resourcefulness and creativity of our African ancestors. But it wasn't until 1834, when emancipation took root in Trinidad and Tobago, that carnival developed into an outlet and a festival for emancipated slaves, and really exploded into the start of what we now know carnival to be. Today, carnival remains very much associated with those feelings of freedom, liberation, and exuberance. When we aren't celebrating carnival, we're reminiscing about it. We even coined a term for that feeling, carnival tabanca, that nostalgia, that sense of longing until carnival time comes around again. And clearly that tabanca followed the Caribbean immigrant community to Canada. But the opportunity to remedy that sense of longing didn't really arise until 1967, when the Caribbean community in Toronto was asked to organize a special event to highlight Caribbean culture, a sort of gift to celebrate Canada's 100th birthday. For me, it's not very surprising that the community would decide that its gift should take the form of a carnival. It's also not very surprising to me that the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago, being very proud of its carnival traditions and its carnival product, would decide to donate our winning Queen and King costumes that year to that early effort of the diaspora community. So now we fast forward 54 years later, and Toronto Caribbean Carnival is North America's biggest cultural festival with a significant tourism and economic impact. Beyond that, it's also a bridge and a connection to home and to history for those trying to express Caribbean culture in an adopted location. It's also definitely not an exclusive ball, but really quite the opposite. It's a celebration of diversity, bringing together people from all walks of life who might, under normal circumstances, never mingle. And that is the essence of Caribbean Carnival, and we are very proud of it. I'm sure many would agree that we just can't wait to be on the road again.
This is the motion passed in the House of Commons, page 17670 of the Hansard, December 14th, 1995. Jean Augustine, Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, Liberal. Mr. Speaker, with the unanimous consent of the House, I move, seconded by the Honorable Member for Quebec, the Honorable Member for Kootenay East, and the Honorable Member for Burnaby Kingsway. And this is the motion: that this House take note of the important contribution of Black Canadians to the settlement, the growth, and the development of Canada. The diversity of the Black community in Canada and its importance to the history of this country. And I ask that we recognize February as Black History Month. The Speaker then asked the question to the House: does the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? Is it agreed? And all honorable members agreed. And so the motion was passed December 14th, 1995. And I've just read from Hansard that have documented this momentous motion at this important part of our history.
All right, for everybody that's out there, I go by the name of Mr. Cardinal Official. And, I just wanted to talk to you about the time around Bacardi slang and what led up to it. You know, my first song that I ever released was a song called Naughty Dread, where I sampled Bob Marley's Naughty Dread and just flipped the connotation of it. But since the very first song that I ever put out as a professional artist, I always felt that it was necessary to express myself while infusing my roots and my culture in with obviously the popular genre that I love, which is hip hop. And I think once I got my first record deal, it was definitely my intention to make sure and show the rest of the world what our culture, what our vibrations, what our energy was like here in Toronto. And that's how the song Bacardi Slang was born. Bacardi Slang was a song that talked about what it is that we do here, but not just what we do, how we do it, why we do it, what we say while we're doing it. And, you know, really the punch, you know, kind of the apex for the hook was when I said, and everybody knows it's the T dot. And I think that is super important because all these different things, all these different islands, all these different people that immigrated to Toronto makes up who we are. And it's always, you know, been a strong component of the hip hop industry here. If you look at all of the big boys, if you look at Dream Warriors, if you look at Maestro Fresh West, Mishi Me, Rumble and Strong, you know, all of the people that really started off this hip hop thing in Toronto, all either from the Caribbean or have Caribbean roots. And I think it's very important for us to not just acknowledge the contributions that was given to people of you know, Caribbean heritage and people that are descendants of Caribbean people. But, you know, to this day, we are still people that are in every facet of the industry, and not just the creatives, but even myself. Now I've diversified and become the senior vice president of A&R for Universal Music. So we have a seat at the table now, and we're getting more seats at the table. But the most important thing is that we have never code switched, that we remain who we are. And, you know, that's why it is so important to me. And such an amazing thing that after all these years, we can retain the beauty of our culture, inject it into that. And now people around the world can see us, you know what I'm saying? People around the world can see it in our hip hop. They can see it in our pop music. They can see it come through Afro beats. They can see it come through so many different genres, but you know, it all originated from the islands. And, you know, shout out to every island, my family's beautiful island of Jamaica.
My name is Sud Sutherland. I'm a director and writer.
And my name is Jen Holness. I'm a writer, producer, director.
And we made the film Home Again back in 2012. This was a film, was a labor of love. We wanted to tell the story of Jamaican deportees once they hit the ground in Jamaica, and because we were told that it was sometimes could be a death sentence. And this film was based on a lot of research. We interviewed over 40 deportees in Jamaica, and we wanted to tell their story, but in a fictional way.
Yeah, and I think we were inspired because we had realized that a lot of international governments were changing their laws and policy to make it easier to deport folks, and we wanted to look at the consequences of that in a really realistic way.
We hope you enjoy the film.
So 9 years ago, this summer, the Royal Ontario Museum launched Carnival from Emancipation to Celebration. Personally, I was thrilled. This was a dream come true for me to be able to bring this idea to the Royal Ontario Museum and to galvanize so many stakeholders and partners to begin a conversation at the ROM that started on July 28, 2012 and ended during Black History Month on February 24th, 2013. And really this exhibition was an opportunity to work with Brian McFarlane to commemorate the celebration at the time of the Jamaican and Trinidad and Tobago independence and also Emancipation Day. The exhibition was displayed in both the Hilary and Galen Weston wing on level 2 of the Royal Ontario Museum and in the Hyacinth Gloria Chen Crystal and symbolically, the exhibition closed during Black History Month. So I'm going to turn it to Sylvia to talk a little bit about the exhibition itself and the way that it was positioned within the ROM.
Yeah, so this was a small but mighty project that really enabled us to connect in a variety of ways with communities and the public to celebrate Carnival and the beauty and artistry that goes into creating masks and celebrating this very important event throughout the Caribbean and in Toronto itself. So the exhibition had 21 hand-painted rendering of Brian McFarlane's mask that really touched upon a variety of themes and ideas that were, yes, about Carnival, but often about our society and what is happening in the world as well. So each of the rendering was somehow analyzed and discussed, and we had 4 costumes as well that were partly in the gallery and partly at the entrance of the museum as a way to really invite the public to make their way to the 2nd floor and explore more about Brian McFarlane's work, but also the history of Carnival. Both in Trinidad, we had some amazing footage of the Trinidad Carnival, and in Toronto, where it is such an important, meaningful, heartfelt event for the Caribbean community, but for the city at large. And this was really an important aspect of the exhibition that we wanted to emphasize throughout, and also move away from just the first week, the week of Carnival, where everybody celebrates Carnival, but really have a half a year of thinking through these ideas, these concepts, and the importance of this celebration for our city.
It was incredibly important to me to dive into the historical aspects of the Carnival experience as it relates to emancipation. Historically, Carnivals are associated with that pre-Lenten period in the Christian calendar. Many Caribbean-based carnivals, including Toronto's, takes place around Emancipation Day, the 1st of August. In Ontario, this holiday weekend commemorates Simcoe Day, named for John Graves Simcoe, the first Lieutenant Governor of Upper Canada. In 1793, Lord Simcoe passed the Act Against Slavery that led to the abolition of slavery in Upper Canada well before the British Act in 1834. In the Caribbean and in the diaspora, Carnival is an important celebration of freedom against oppression. In the 18th century, people of African descent were banned from participating in the pre-Lenten Christian festivities and masquerades that we call fêtes or mass. For this time, they were able to really, look to their French and British masters in a way that was mocking them, and they could do that without fear of repercussions. And so enslaved Africans developed their own carnival characters and performances. So when the abolition of slavery in the British Empire was fully implemented in 1838, people of African and South Asian descent transformed carnival celebrations by introducing new and subversive elements into the performance and music of festival. In Ontario, Carnival was first introduced to Toronto in 1967, a gift from the local Canadian Caribbean community to Canada to commemorate the centennial of our new northern home. So the concept of emancipation resonates with me on a number of levels, especially now. I think back to 2019 with the commemoration of the 185th anniversary of emancipation, when Mayor John Tory proclaimed Emancipation Month in the city of Toronto. I think to this current month with the passing of Juneteenth in the USA. And I now also celebrate this idea that in March of 2021, the federal government recognized Emancipation Day with a unanimous vote and designated August 1st as the day in 1834 when the Act to Abolish Slavery in Canada became a reality. So for me, this is a time of deep celebration. This is a time for us to be reverent and to consider our ancestors who paved the way for us to have and enjoy the lives we have today.
Hi, good afternoon. Petronella Marchand here from Paliseco Innovations Group Limited. I'm happy to share how I came up with the idea of the junior chef. It was actually a twofold idea. It was about embracing Caribbean food and Grace as a company that has participated with the festival for over 25 years, and also being able to take the Junior Carnival to another level, because there's so many components to the festival that matter. So the Junior Chef was actually created as part of the Toronto Caribbean Carnival Family Day, and it was just another element. You know, food is an important part of a culture. Culinary is an important part of the carnival, and you know, it was just another element to give the children a chance to showcase what they can do. For Grace Grace is a supporter, and you know, it was another element for Grace to highlight, you know, what they bring to the festival, and for the carnival in itself to showcase our culinary aspects and our kids. It has been a wonderful journey. We've done it for 4 years. In 2020, we won the Festival and Events Ontario Award, and I'm grateful and thankful that it has done so well. In the 4 years, the majority of the winners have been boys, which is very, very interesting. And we have had one chef in particular. His name is Adrian, Chef Adrian, and he's actually taken his craft to another level. He has a YouTube channel. He's actually, he's on Instagram. He cooks, and he does a lot of different things. And I've actually had parents who have had kids participate that told me, it sort of raised their level of awareness, and it gave them a little confidence participating. So yeah, we've had some luck with some of the kids that have actually they're still cooking. They're still cooking and doing other things. So yeah, like I said, I feel blessed and grateful to know that some of the kids are actually still continuing in what they're doing.
I came to Toronto in 1970. I had no intentions of getting involved in the carnival, bearing in mind my dad did it for 35 years in Trinidad. And he did a lot for Trinidad Carnival. He started in 1953, and he was the first band leader to break the band down into sections. And it's so prevalent with all the Caribbean carnivals today. And he was also the first person that introduced metal intermask and short skirt. So from Trinidad, they wrote a story about him when he died, and they called him the historian of Trinidad Carnival. So you can say I was born into the culture. And I came up in 1970, and I was going to school, working full time. And my father came up in 1976, and he encouraged me to get involved in the carnival. Actually, he wanted to do something very, very simple. And I told him, no, we got to be competitive, because if some of the guys should beat him, they would say they beat the great Harold Saldana. So I got involved in the presentation of the band, the designs, and so on. And that's where we started in 1977. And we won Band of the Year the first time out. And we only had about 85 people that play mass with us. And, when you look back in the history of what we did in 2019, and then COVID came in, the last band that we brought, we had 5,200 mass players that participate with us. I want to tell you that it's a team effort. I work with a lot of people from the Caribbean who support me 100%. And without them, there wouldn't be no Louis Saldana. They do the work and they make me look good. But it's always a team effort. And the reason I get involved too, and I continue to get involved, is making my Caribbean people happy and let them be proud of what we are doing. This festival brings in 200 Well, when I came in about 15 years ago, the Decima report stated that the festival brings in $250 million into the economy. And in 2019, it says that we brought in $450 million. And, you know, our people, our Caribbean people, we have to find a way to share in that $450 million because, you know, when the three levels of government support the festival in a very minimum way, you know, and give different groups millions, we are bringing something to the table, you know, and they have to respect that. So I believe the three levels of government should do more where our festival is concerned. And I also want to say the Saldana family is involved in Carnival for 75 years, the longest. And once I step away, I'm positively sure my three sons and daughter would be involved in the Carnival because they have been involved in the band for the past 10 years, working alongside me.
In 2020, the global pandemic canceled the Toronto Carnival and other events in the city for the first time. And it was a big loss because everybody had already been inside for so long. And we really wanted to give them something to continue to celebrate Caribbean culture and freedom and diversity, regardless of not having a parade. And we were able to pivot to a virtual carnival and bring carnival into the homes across Ontario, across Canada, and across the world. And to have everybody celebrate as one and to put on their costumes and jump, dance, and wave and celebrate their Caribbean heritage in their homes. And this year for 2021, when we found out again that we would not again be meeting in person, and we know that everybody really needed something, a positive uplift, we decided to pivot to supporting Caribbean businesses and local Caribbean businesses. We came up with a food festival program that would support all the vendors, that as well as the mass, pan, and calypso, and bring them together in one place. We know that the first thing people were going to get out to patio season, and we wanted to bring the excitement and the feel, the sights, sounds, flavors of Carnival into those patios and into those restaurants, and give people a different way of celebrating Carnival and celebrating Caribbean culture and continuing to honor the freedom and diversity. And this year, especially with Canada officially making August 1st Emancipation Day, we wanted to make sure that the celebration went forward and was bigger and better than ever, and collaborating with partners like the Ontario Black Historical Society and different book lists and organizations like that to make sure that people were educated and understand the reason why we celebrate, because the context is sometimes lost over the years. And one of the great things that came out of the downtime that we've had to not only plan a better festival going forward, but we were able to reflect on the history of the festival, where we've come, where we're going, and how much it's grown over the years, and what it's really meant to the city. And we began to archive all those little pieces of history and culture. And what we found is this wonderful story that we turned into a virtual timeline historical project. And we saw the parallels between Carnival and the growth of Carnival in the Caribbean community, and pivotal moments in Caribbean culture, and also the people that made an impact in Canada, that there was so much pride in our heritage and our accomplishments. And we began to weave together this timeline and this story, and we wanted to share that with the world. We wanted it to be interactive. We wanted the community to have an opportunity to contribute to that. And we also wanted to create something that could last a long time. And we're grateful that the Ontario Black Historical Society has brought it to life even more so. And I think that speaks to the spirit of collaboration and joy that it was intended. And we just look forward to using that to build forward, and look forward to 2022 when we're all back on the road for a bigger and better festival. And I'm sure everybody will be celebrating harder than ever before. And we're excited. We really take a lot of pride and joy in planning this festival.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my kitchen. My name is David McCormick. You can find me on Instagram, _Chef Mac. That's Mac with 2 C's. And with the Ontario Black History Society, today I'll be bringing you a special dish straight off of my personal menu from my company, Mac Entertainment. I'll be walking through some steps on how to fillet the fish, cook the fish, and make sure that you have a delicious, moist, finished product. So we're starting with our lane snapper. What we're gonna do is we're gonna fillet. We're gonna start from the tail and work our way back to the head. So we're cutting the tail off. The reason why we're using the body for our fish stock, so we don't want the bitter flavor from the tail in there. So all you're gonna do, you're gonna look for the backbone of the fish. You're gonna press the tip of your knife against the backbone and just cut straight up. Once you've cut from the tail to the top, you're gonna see the separation of the flesh from the bones. You're gonna grab that part of the flesh, take your knife. You're not gonna go straight through. You wanna go a little bit at a time, just to ensure that you're not cutting away too much of the flesh. Once you hear the knife scraping against the bones, you know you're doing a good job. And we get to the end here. We're gonna flip the flesh back down. You're gonna take your knife, you're gonna cut right along the gill line here to make sure that you're taking out as much of those bones as possible. So once you've removed the fillet, what you wanna do is you wanna run your finger down the spine to see if there's any bones left. I don't feel any. You're gonna go in right underneath the belly and you're gonna cut out that last bit that has some bones in the flesh still. You're gonna flip your fish over, do the same thing. Start from the top this side. Pull that flesh apart. You wanna hear your knife scraping along the bones. And again, you're not going all the way through with the knife. You're just taking small strokes, going through the flesh. There you go. Once again, check. No bones. Good to go. Now, the body, we're going to break that in half. We're going to put this in our pot with our veg. I'm going to show you how to cut the veg next, and that's going to make our fish stock. So we got our veg. For the mirepoix today, we're using garlic, peeled ginger, peeled sweet onions, peeled carrot. So first we're going to start by squaring off our carrot. Here is a brunoise, a very, very, very fine dice. Reason being, we're going to use the stock in the sauce for the fish. Here we're going to go in with our knife and cut them as fine as possible. So you're looking to get these little batinettes. And again, you're getting as tight to that knife as possible. Cutting them fine. That's good for carrot. Take our sweet onion, cut off the edge. You added all your ingredients into the pot. We also added thyme in there. We're not seasoning this. We're just letting it cook out. We want it to cook for about 2 hours to get all of the flavor out of the bones from the fish. Once it comes to a rolling boil, you're going to want to turn it down a bit. This technique here is called skimming. What we're doing is we're taking out the fat and imperfections out of the pot so that our final product is nice and clear. You want to check your stock. You can see nice and clear. It's not transparent, which means that most of the flavor out of that fish has come out already, so we can turn this right down to a simmer. On the stove here, we have our cream mixture. So we used 35% cream, butter, a little bit of salt and pepper, and cinnamon. That's going to be used in our mashed potato mix. So we've already cooked that and set it aside. We're going to heat up the cream so that when we incorporate it into the potatoes, it warms it back up. That way we're not overcooking the potatoes. In the meantime, we have our chopped and washed kalaloo and our filleted snapper, and we're gonna get that on the stove and get ready to start cooking. We're gonna start cooking our kalaloo. We're gonna add a little bit of oil, about a teaspoon of oil into the pan. We don't want our kalaloo soggy, we want it nice and crisp. We're gonna take some of the brunoise veg that we did earlier, a little bit of ginger and garlic, just to add flavor. Starting to get a little action in the pan now. We're gonna add our seasoning salt. Gonna take our kalaloo straight in the pan. You want all of this to cook up together. Do that nice sizzle. Keep your kalaloo moving in the pan so that you're not getting some more cooked than others or you're getting it too dark. Keep it moving in the pan. And then take a little bit of butter, turn our heat down to a medium. And then we're gonna cover it. Essentially what we're doing here is we're steaming it. We want that flavor from the ginger and the garlic to really absorb into the callaloo along with that butter. Give it a little flip. And turn that right down to low. Just that quick. So you can see it's starting to get that dark green color. We'll let that sit on the stove about 3 to 4 minutes. And then we move on to getting our fish ready. So when frying, you want to make sure that your pan is as hot as possible. I've already added oil in there. A little trick so that when the oil starts to move and flow like water, that's when you know that you're getting to temperature. So I've added that oil in. So I have my red snapper fillets here. What I'm going to do is take a paper towel and just quickly dab it to make sure I'm getting off any excess moisture. The reason for this is you want to ensure a nice crispy skin. Here we're dabbing the fish to ensure that we're getting off all the extra moisture. The reason for this is we want to ensure that we have a nice crispy skin. The way we're going to cook it, we're going to make sure that the flesh is nice and moist and the skin is crisp to the bite. So how we're going to ensure we're getting a crispy skin, we're going to fry it up. We're going to make sure that we season it vigorously with salt and pepper. So when you're frying, you want to make sure, first and foremost, that your pan set nicely on the stove so that it won't tilt. And you're going to lay your fish down away from you. The snapper curls up really quickly, so you want to try to get all your pieces in the pan as quickly as possible. It gives a nice press with your spatula. So here, you're going to fry the skin for about 2 minutes. What you want to see is the outside edges of the fish starting to turn white. Give it a little press, you can see. You see there? That's actually getting nice. And then you're going to turn your stove down off high, about a medium-high heat. Flip. So you want to see that nice brownish red color coming out. So you're going to reach in for that fish stock. Like I said earlier, we cut the veg nice and small, so it's okay if you get some of the veg in there. It's going to be added flavor. Again, with the butter, a little bit to thicken that sauce. Leave it on a medium heat, cover, cook for 10 minutes. So while our fish is cooking, we're going to go to finishing our potato mixture. So we have our heated cream, like I said, half and half cream. We added our cinnamon, butter, salt, and pepper. We're going to add that in a little bit at a time. You want to make sure you're checking the consistency of your mash. Consistency that I'm looking for, because I want to be able to set this on the plate to build height for our fish. This is going to be the backdrop for the movie, right? The movie is the final product. We've added in our cream mixture. We want to make sure that we're adding a little bit at a time to ensure the consistency of our mash. The reason being is this is going to be the backdrop for the movie, so I want to make sure that I'm able to build height with it. We're going to add a little bit more salt and pepper to that, and that's perfect. So we're going to take a nice full spoon of our mash mix right in the center. Like I said, you see how firm it is. It stays nice so that we can build that beautiful height that we're going to need for presentation. Next, bring in my friend here, callaloo. Drape that to one side. And the piece de resistance, our beautifully poached, tender red snapper fillets. And then the magic moment, the pour. And make sure you get a nice amount of gravy. You know, black people love their gravy. And there you have it, folks. Chef Mac's signature red snapper fillet.
Hello, everyone. My name is Angelique Francis, and we are the Angelique Francis Family Quartet. This first song that we are going to play for you is an original song of mine called Long River. And I wrote this song about the river of life. You see, we are all born from this river. The river frees us, feeds us, replenishes us. And in the end, we all return to that long, long river. We are all a collection of stories. Our past, our present, and the future stories we leave behind. But we are more than just the stories that we experience. We are the stories that we write for ourselves.
Everybody's got a story. Everybody's got a story to tell. Some make you laugh, some bring tears to your eyes, some make you drop to your knees and cry. Some filled with sadness, some filled with fear. Some about the human spirit and what we hold what's your story? What's your story? What's your story? What's your story? Don't matter where you come from, don't matter what you do. Sometimes the stories can guide us through. When the world is dark, cold and frozen, our stories help us be unbound. What's your story? 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 What's your What's your story? Yeah. Is it trials or tribulation? Hope or tribulation? What's your story? What's your story?
Oh my gosh, are you telling me that we have come to an end of the broadcast? I know, but let's be honest. This has been a fun one. It's been enlightening, and it's also been educational. And here's what I gotta say. I mean, this is just a snippet a snapshot of what we want you guys to discover about emancipation and what it means. And also know that we wouldn't be able to put on this event without the help from our sponsor, Canadian Heritage, and our partners, Toronto Carnival and Heritage Toronto as well. In fact, this type of content is exactly what the Ontario Black History Society aims to do. It aims to inform, it aims to push us forward, to ensure that what impacts us resonates and is at the forefront of the decision makers. So consider becoming a member of the Ontario Black History Society. And also don't forget that Black history is actually Canadian history. I don't know if you've seen the campaign that the Ontario Black History Society has put on, but I want you to go check it out. The hashtag is Blacked Out History. They have a great video. It's already gone viral, but go ahead, go reshare that video, go watch it as well, and go sign the petition. That petition is aiming to ensure that Black history is a part of every education system across this country. Because I already said it, Black history isn't just our history. It's everyone's history, and everyone should know about that. So if you want to sign the petition, those details will be in the description of this video. In the meantime, I know I gotta wrap it up. I could talk forever, but I also need to get a drink of water. If you don't laugh at your jokes, who's gonna laugh at them? That's what I say all the time. So I wanna thank you all for allowing me to be your host today. My name is Brandon Gonez. You can check me out at Brandon Gonez across all social media platforms. Don't forget to watch The Brandon Gonez Show again on YouTube and across all social media channels as well. And remember, Black is beautiful, and happy emancipation.
As a proud Métis individual whose mother comes from Nova Scotia, and which my Mi'kmaq community calls home, and also an individual who has African roots, in which my father was born and raised in Tanzania, Africa, I'm so proud and honored to be giving you guys this land acknowledgement, especially during these crucial times in which me and my community are healing from. We acknowledge the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. I hope you all enjoy today. Thank you. Enjoy.
Wow. Thank you so much, Raja, for the acknowledgement. Thank you, Williams, for the rendition, and thank you all for watching today. Hello, my name is Jordan. I am a writer, a daughter, and a doula, and today I'm going to be your host for today's Emancipation Day pre-show. Every year, Ontario Black History Society celebrates Emancipation Day, but this year is a little bit different. This year, for the first time, Emancipation Day is being formally recognized across the country. That's right, across the country. So today we're gonna celebrate a little bit differently and in style. Today's pre-show for the Emancipation Day ceremony that's scheduled to take place on August 1st is being sponsored by our friends at Canadian Heritage. So, stay tuned.
Order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021. The House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on motion M36 under private members' business in the name of Mr. Johari. The question is the following one. Mr. Johari, seconded by Mr. Fergus, moved that the House recognize that A, the British Parliament abolished slavery in the British Empire as of August 1st, 1834. B, que l'esclavage.
B, slavery existed in British North America prior to its abolition in 1834. C,
Abolitionists and others who struggled against slavery, including those who arrived in Upper and Lower Canada by the Underground Railroad, have historically celebrated August 1st as Emancipation Day. D.
D, the Government of Canada announced on January 30th, 2018, that it would officially recognize the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent to highlight the important contributions that people of African descent have made to Canadian society, and to provide a platform for confronting anti-Black racism.
E. The heritage of Canada's people of African descent and the contributions they have made and continue to make to Canada, and that, in the opinion of the House, the government should designate August 1st of every year as Emancipation Day in Canada.
Hello, my name is Maji Johari, Member of Parliament for Richmond Hill and Markham. I'm pleased to join you for the virtual celebration of Emancipation Day with the Ontario Black History Society. I would also like to acknowledge the immense pride I feel to be able to commemorate this August 1st as the first year Emancipation Day is nationally recognized. Earlier this year, the House of Commons officially passed a motion unanimously to recognize Emancipation Day nationwide. This motion would have not been possible without the resilient support and consistent advocacy from the Ontario Black History Society and other various Black organizations across the country. I want to thank Natasha Henry and the entire OBHS board for organizing this event and for continuing to advocate for the Black community in Ontario. Together, as we reflect on the troubling past, let us continue to educate and support one another. This event is not only the start, we have so much more to do, and we will. Today is about recognizing the past, but also about moving forward. Together, we will continue to enact meaningful change and fight for equality. Thank you to all advocates, and thank you to the members of the community. This would have not been possible without you. Thank you very much.
Up next, we're going to have a conversation with Natasha Henry, who is the president of the Ontario Black History Society.
I'm Natasha Henry, currently the president of the Ontario Black History Society, also an educator and historian as well, focusing on Black Canadian history.
Okay, Natasha, so would you be able to tell us a little bit about the research that you've done in terms of history and emancipation?
Well, yeah, my first book, my first foray into publishing was actually a book about the history of Emancipation Day commemorations here in Canada. I wrote my first book in 2010, and that was followed by a second book in 2012, which was more youth focused, but also includes a lot more information on the organization of Emancipation Day celebrations in Canada. And so through that, experience of researching and writing about this history really illustrated for me how different aspects of Black Canadian history is rooted in the commemoration of Emancipation Day. It's much more than just about the day or the few days that were allocated to this commemoration, but it's also very much about the individuals, the men and women who organized it, the people who participated, who observed, who attended. It's also, the themes of freedom, resistance, community are all very much interwoven into this observation of August 1st as well. And so, it was great to see that my books were recently actually reprinted in time for this Emancipation Day, and actually quite in line with the first national recognition of August 1st as Emancipation Day.
Oh, right on time, man. That's amazing. Would you be willing, like, I just wanted to get that out of you. Would you be willing to kind of share one of those inspiring stories from your research that can kind of like color the way that we look at things going forward?
The history is so rich and is so complex. Well, we know that in marking August 1st, that observes the time that the legislation took effect, the Slavery Abolition Act on August 1st, 1834. And so it does commemorate the legislative end of enslavement, either in 1834 or 1838. And how those who were enslaved immediately came together to celebrate that occasion. But what we also see is that immediately after is that that was just one step in terms of freedom, that legal, emancipation, that there was very much, we start to see immediately the barriers and the discrimination that they faced, and how Emancipation Day came to embody that ongoing struggle and the realization of full freedom and full British subjecthood when we were a British colony, and then Canadian citizenship when we became a nation, the nation of Canada. And so there's stories including the 3 and 4 day Emancipation Day celebrations in Windsor that took place from in the 1940s up until 1967, the big picnic at Port Dalhousie in St. Catharines, Niagara area that took place again in the similar time period, the 50s, organized by the UNIA, the Toronto branch of the UNIA. And just imagining seeing hundreds and thousands of people in the 19th century, going into the 20th century, coming together, across the border from the United States, different parts in Canada, different parts in Ontario. It's amazing to see that. It's amazing to see the images, the notion of community and family that's part of that. And what is also very evident is this persistent agitation and advocacy for freedom and whatever that came to be defined at different points in time, seeing how Black Canadians and people who came to move and live in Canada, how they lived in and practiced their freedom and demanded their freedom, from racially segregated schools to employment discrimination, housing discrimination, and how they used Emancipation Day to continue that tradition of advocating for freedom and liberation.
What has been the role of OBHS in marking Emancipation Day here in Ontario?
Well, for a very long time, previous to my tenure as president, the Ontario Black History Society has played a pivotal role in getting Emancipation Day recognized at the municipal level, at the provincial level, and at the national level now for a number of years. The Ontario Black History Society has also contributed to the marking of Emancipation Day by holding annual events as well. And so we've continued that tradition even in the COVID restrictions, going virtual last year, going virtual this year again, but ensuring that we are again upholding that tradition as well. And it also is very much tied to our mandate to preserve and disseminate Black history as well.
What is your vision of freedom for the next decade, and how can we start building that foundation today?
Wow, that is such a deep question.
Yeah.
Well, for me, one of the immediate spaces that I think is integrally tied to Black freedom is education. And so that entails public education and addressing the historical legacies of racial injustice that Black people have faced in education, and having that repaired by systems, by government, but also very much maintaining and increasing our community endeavors in education, ensuring that we have additional or alternative spaces for our children and for adults, that we can support one another in building education spaces for ourselves as well. So I see that. I also see in terms of freedom, ongoing efforts to build community infrastructure, that the more that we can do that within our community, whether it be, for example, nursing homes, look at what we're coming out of, on the other end of as it relates to COVID, the OBHS's vision to realize a museum and cultural center, and ensuring that the community supports us in that endeavor to realize that as a benefit to our children, to our, to our community. So I see that as being also important in realizing what we are defining as our freedom and community liberation as well. And so those are the things that I would like to see us focusing on collectively.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Is there anything that you kind of want to impart on the coming generations and their kind of ideas about what freedom is and what it costs, and just any words of wisdom for us?
I think not necessarily words of wisdom, but words of encouragement. I've been so proud, continue to be proud of the efforts that young people have undertaken, have supported, over time in articulating their concerns and articulating their visions of freedom. And so I just want to encourage them to continue to do that, and that to let them know that they have a role to play in this collective endeavor, and just to say that I'm really proud of them. So, and to continue to work in solidarity.
Amen. Amazing. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Natasha. We appreciate it.
Great speaking with you, Jordan.
Likewise. Okay. Take care.
Take care.
I'm Chris Bateman. I'm the manager of the Historical Plaques program at Heritage Toronto. Heritage Toronto is a city agency and a registered charity, and our goal is public education, and our mandate is public education. So we do that through tours of the city, and we also do that through the Plaques program that I run.
And what role do you feel your organization or the work you do at your organization plays in the continuation or the sustaining of freedom here in Canada?
Yeah, I think that's it's interesting that you phrase that question that way, that idea of sustaining freedom, right? Because that's a very important way of looking at this as a process that is active and needs to be looked after and maintained. And I think the role that Heritage Toronto plays in that sustaining is through programming, through partnering with organizations like the Ontario Black History Society to help to tell the stories that are important to the Black community. Those partnerships are really important, and the way the Plaques program works is that we often work with different groups to help tell those important stories. You know, at the same time, we really recognize that over the past 5 decades of this Plaque program existing, that we haven't done a good job of you know, including and recognizing the histories of Black people, the histories of Indigenous people, and the histories of people of color. And you know, there's a huge amount of work to be done to correct that. That we're actively working on. And you know, the Plaques program itself is open to the public. Anyone can apply for a plaque on any subject, but there are still barriers in place. I mentioned that Heritage Toronto is a small charity, and we charge a fee for plaques that covers the costs of you know, of making the plaque and getting it installed. But that can represent a barrier, and that can prevent some of those ideas for plaques coming forward. So one of the things that we've done to address that in a small way is by setting aside a portion of the plaques fee. So a percentage of each fee that we receive for any plaque goes into a fund that we can use to produce plaques that speak to some of Toronto's diverse history, or help fill some of the gaps that have appeared over the years. And recently, earlier this year, we completed a plaque in partnership with the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. We produced a plaque for Chief Wabakanine, who was an important figure in Toronto's Indigenous history. He was one of the signatories to the first Toronto Purchase. And he was killed in Toronto. He was murdered, and his death was incredibly important and significant at the time to the formation of the city. And there's now a plaque in place for that. And I don't think without that fund, that plaque may not have come forward as soon as it did. You know, this Emancipation Day, obviously, we're pleased to be unveiling 2 plaques that speak to very different aspects of Toronto's Black history. You got the Beverly Maskell plaque, of course, but we're also unveiling a plaque for Joshua Glover, who was enslaved in the United States and came to Etobicoke in Canada via the Underground Railroad. So those are 2 very different stories, but I think they both contribute to this, contribute to the public knowledge of Toronto's Black history, and this idea of, like you mentioned, sustaining and building a better and a stronger city.
Mm-hmm. And why do you think that now is a good time for, you know, a national formalized recognition of Emancipation Day? What do you think is so special about right now, apart from the obvious?
Sure. Well, first of all, I mean, Heritage Toronto was really pleased that the House of Commons in March voted unanimously to recognize August 1st as Emancipation Day. But you know, I think it's important to remember that Emancipation Day has been recognized and marked nationally for years by Black and Indigenous people across Canada, and by organizations like the Ontario Black History Society. So that the official recognition is great, but obviously the work has been happening for many years now. I really hope that with official recognition, there'll be greater public awareness of the fact that, you know, thousands of Black and Indigenous people were enslaved in Canada, and that the legacy of that slavery still persists in this country, often you know, in systemic ways. We often hear about Canada's role as a destination for people escaping enslavement via the Underground Railroad, but I think it's important to officially recognize that while Black people in Canada had relative freedoms compared to the United States, but there still was persecution and discrimination in place here as well. So it wasn't this sort of perfect utopia that sometimes we like to imagine that it was. And I hope that the official recognition will lead to sort of a bigger and a deeper national conversation about Canada's history with slavery, and I hope people can sort of reflect on what that means for Canada as a country. Education is critical, of course. I said that before, but I expect that with formal recognition of Emancipation Day, I hope there'll be programs in place to make sure that this country's Black history and Indigenous history and histories connected with slavery will be, better known and understood more widely.
Mm-hmm. And what are some projects that you folks are working on that speak to this challenge? I know you mentioned the Beverly Mass Call project, which I'm really excited about, and have done some in the past. What are some future projects that you guys are exploring, thinking about, excited about?
Well, I mentioned the Joshua Glover plaque, which is part of it's actually a part of a much larger project. There's a park being named in Etobicoke for Joshua Glover, and there's going to be a wonderful public art installation, and the plaque will accompany that to really, I mentioned earlier that the public art and honors have their place, but the plaque is also important as well, I think, because it's written in a way that is plain and simple, and people can understand the history there. So that's something that's coming soon. Obviously, Beverly Maskell, but I think that the key thing to really to acknowledge is that we're open. We are always open to applications from members of the public. If there's a subject that people want to see plaqued or feel is deserving of a plaque, we will consider any incoming application for a plaque. We work with groups like the Ontario Black History Society to make those plaques happen and make sure they speak to people in a relevant way. So I would say that one of the things that's great about the future is that it is wide open. I really hope that as people start to see the plaques for Beverly Maskell, and they start to see the plaques for Joshua Glover, that we will get more applications like that, and we can keep this going and make sure that we do the work of covering the gaps in the program, because they are big, and they're not something that gets filled overnight, but the first step is really encouraging applications and encouraging people to reach out to Heritage Toronto about new ideas for plaques.
Right. Amazing. And then I guess we'll just close on like a more human note too. What are you excited about, Chris, as we, approach the other side of this pandemic? What excites you about the next chapter?
I think getting outside again and really having some in-person programming again. One of the great strengths of the Plaques program that we discovered during the pandemic is that in some little way the plaques are sort of pandemic proof in a way, because plaques, our plaques at least, are always outside. They're never placed inside buildings or on private property. They're public assets, and they're designed to be as accessible as possible. So one of the great things we discovered is that people were getting out and were seeing more of our plaques. But I really hope that as people sort of emerge from their homes and get back on the street, that people will see the plaques that we've been putting up and really absorb those histories. That like I said, that's one of the great strengths of the program. You don't need to have existing interest or even existing knowledge of a subject to come across a plaque and learn something. You don't even need to be, you don't need to have necessarily an interest in Black history, but the great strength of the program is that if you see a plaque about Beverly Maskell and you see a plaque about Joshua Glover, you can you might stop and read it and learn something about the city. And I think that's really important, is when people when plaques reach people and reach communities who may not have an interest or a knowledge, and people learn something along the way, because I think that's one of the keys, and one of the reasons we exist is to share knowledge and make people aware of Toronto's history. I'm looking forward to the Beverly Maskell plaque being installed finally on Bathurst Street for exactly those reasons. Yeah, that's coming soon. One of the unfortunate aspects of the pandemic was we couldn't install plaques, and we've got a number of them that are waiting to go out. But that's going to be great. I think once people are back on the street, I'm looking forward to having them interact with our programming in person again.
My name is Eldon Maskell. I grew up in Toronto. You know, I spent a lot of time in the U.S. too. I went to school in the States, to Howard, and I lived in New York for a lot of years. I work in media. I own a media company. Yeah, I'm an entrepreneur. I do a few other things. I'm also working on a Canadian Black History Museum right now.
Ooh, that's exciting. I'm sure the folks at OBHS would be delighted.
Yes, well, it started off, we had discussed how we could work together to make it a reality.
Amen. Well, I'm looking forward to that. Thank you so much for speaking with us today and introducing yourself. I'd love to hear a little bit about how you feel knowing that your mother now has a plaque that highlights the hard work that she did and the life that she lived.
I think it's great. I mean, I think it's an amazing honor that she is recognized. I think it's great that it's happening in the Bathurst and Bloor neighborhood. Given our family's history in that community. My mother went to Central Tech.
Right.
My grandparents lived on Markham Street. My mother started her business on Bathurst Street. So, I think it's an amazing honor. And I think it's also nodding to and acknowledging the history of the Black community in that area. And when you see new developments happening, real estate in Toronto, it changes so quickly that you forget what had come before. So having this plaque there, I think is something that not only acknowledges her, but also acknowledges the community that existed in that area.
I'm curious about what your thoughts are on the importance of legacy building as an act of freedom and emancipation and sustaining that freedom.
No, I think that that's very important within our community, legacy building. I mean, I think that a lot of times we operate in our own silos. Sure. And there really is no link, or some people break the link on their own. But having things that are foundational, if that's even a word.
Oh yeah.
Things that you can anchor around and say, hey, like, whether that be an area or region, whether that be specific people, types of business, things in the arts and culture sectors. I mean, I think those are very important. And I think for young people to see that, I think it gives a lot of young people the confidence that things can be done.
And how important is entrepreneurship to that freedom maintenance, and what role do you see entrepreneurship playing in that process?
Well, it's funny, from my mom's days, my mother was an entrepreneur. My father's also an entrepreneur, but worked in the corporate world for his career, right? But is also an entrepreneur. I think it's important. I think there's a lot of highlight now on entrepreneurship and people doing things for themselves, and us being enterprising people. We've always been Black people. We're enterprising people. So I think it's important, but I think it's also something where we need to put things in perspective. As to what does that really mean? And does that fit you as a person? Like I said, both of my parents are entrepreneurs. However, my father worked in corporate Canada for many years. So, I think it's important, but you also have to put it in perspective as to what fits for you, what works for you.
Mm-hmm. What are you excited about on the next, chapter of Canadian history, post-pandemic, post-racial awareness? What's on your heart and mind?
Well, I mean, I do think right now we're in a very interesting period where, people are listening to us,
Yeah.
Black people, that we are being heard. I think the verdict's still not in yet on whether or not that turns into actual progress and
Sure.
things being acted upon. So, I think we're in a very interesting time, and I think we should all take advantage of this time.
Right.
Because I think that now more than ever, we are actually being heard. But I said the verdict's still not in yet on whether or not that leads to meaningful change.
Sure. Okay, Alden. Well, my final question, I kind of always ask, what or how do you see this experience that we're living through right now? So with your mother receiving a plaque and just like you said, the awareness, how do you see this kind of serving our future generations of freedom, and how is this relevant and important?
Yes, I think when you have like a city institution,
Yeah.
like Heritage Toronto acknowledging my mother, I think that can only be positive for other people in the community. And the plaque being in that Bathurst Bloor neighborhood where there are kids right now at Central
Right.
T,
Right.
wondering what their future holds. Well, here's somebody who walked these same streets, those same stairs, and this is what she did.
Right.
So I think it's important for kids to see that and know that things are possible. People talk about my mom being a successful entrepreneur, but to me, the business meant more than that. Like,
Right.
especially at that time, with that wave of immigration coming from the Caribbean into Canada, specifically into Toronto, and you come to this country, and back then, I mean, when Caravana started, I think there were only 12,000 Black people in so you come to this country and you don't know whether or not you belong here or not, say in the 1970s, and then you walk into this store and you see products with people's faces that look like you, with people serving you that look like you, the owner looks like you, like it means more than the business.
Absolutely, on so many levels, just hair, beauty, all that. So it's
Yeah.
really, really integral to the culture.
Yes. So I think that's a big part of my mother's story, and also the fact that people watched her do it. So they watched her build. They saw her start, with me in the car and
Right.
going and calling on these shops, and then her starting her one little shop. She started just at the front of the store with Gwen in the back.
Right.
Gwen Gunter was in the back, doing hair. Gwen was there before my mom. A German lady owned that shop. And so they watched her, starting from her car to getting, the front of a store, to the whole store, to the building, to more stores, to distribution, to those things. And she's, a person who they knew. So my mother went to Central Tech, so I think that empowered a lot of people. I think that's why a lot of people had that affection for my mother, and also my mother as a person. If you met her and you spoke to her, she'd make you feel better about whatever you were doing. She had that ability.
So today, you folks are in for a treat. We've got performances, we've got conversation, we've got cooking demos. Listen, it's going to be a vibe. But I would advise, and I request, and I encourage that you go ahead and you register for the main event on August 1st. Yes, please, I'll give you a moment. Take your time. Perfect, thank you. You won't regret it. And today is just the beginning. So stay tuned.
About the evolution of Carnival in Trinidad and Tobago, most people use the arrival of the French in the late 18th century as a starting point. And the French, they had these lavish balls, private events in which they would dress up in very elaborate costumes, and the lavishness of these balls no doubt left an impression on the onlooking slaves who were not allowed to participate in these balls. So they decided instead to mimic and imitate the French, using whatever they had on hand at the time: simple rags, simple tins, beads, and buttons to imitate the jewelry. So many of Trinidad and Tobago's traditional carnival characters have their origins in imitation, but also in the resourcefulness and creativity of our African ancestors. But it wasn't until 1834, when emancipation took root in Trinidad and Tobago, that Carnival developed into an outlet and a festival for emancipated slaves, and really exploded into the start of what we now know Carnival to be. Today, Carnival remains very much associated with those feelings of freedom, liberation, and exuberance. When we aren't celebrating Carnival, we're reminiscing about it. We even coined a term for that feeling: Carnival tabanca, that nostalgia, that sense of longing until Carnival time comes around again. And clearly that tabanca followed the Caribbean immigrant community to Canada. But the opportunity to remedy that sense of longing didn't really arise until 1967, when the Caribbean community in Toronto was asked to organize a special event to highlight Caribbean culture, a sort of gift to celebrate Canada's 100th birthday. For me, it's not very surprising that the community would decide that its gift should take the form of a carnival. It's also not very surprising to me that the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago, being very proud of its carnival traditions and its carnival product, would decide to donate our winning Queen and King costumes that year to that early effort of the diaspora community. So now we fast forward 54 years later, and Toronto Caribbean Carnival is North America's biggest cultural festival with a significant tourism and economic impact. Beyond that, it's also a bridge and a connection to home and to history for those trying to express Caribbean culture in an adopted location. It's also definitely not an exclusive ball, but really quite the opposite. It's a celebration of diversity, bringing together people from all walks of life who might, under normal circumstances, never mingle. And that is the essence of Caribbean Carnival, and we are very proud of it. I'm sure many would agree that we just can't wait to be on the road again.
Last year, you guys may remember Chef Warren Ford came on to the Emancipation Day event and he made a macro rundown and then some. Today, he's gonna bless us all with another meal, so stay tuned. Last year, you guys may remember Chef Warren Ford came on to the Emancipation Day event and he made a macro rundown and then some. Today, he's gonna bless us all with another meal, so stay tuned.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chef Warren Ford. I want to welcome you to my kitchen. I am going to demonstrate today my version of jerk chicken. First of all, thanks to the Ontario Black History Society for allowing me to be part of this exciting event to celebrate Emancipation Day. And looking forward to having a little bit of fun. And I'm looking forward to you joining me as well. All right, so I have my chicken leg. All right, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to turn this into a medallion of sorts. All right, what that means is going to be nice and compact, in a circular shape. All right, and now we're going to roast it like that. But first, what I'm going to do is the thigh bone that's there, I'm going to debone it. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to leave the drumstick intact. Now, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. You can just leave, you know, the leg intact as it is. Totally fine. Up to you. All right. You'll still have great tasting jerk chicken. All right. But like I said, we want to step this up just a little bit. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. All right. I'm going to take my knife, and I have a nice boning knife. All right, it's up to you, but you can use a paring knife. You know, use your regular knife at home. All right, and what I'm going to do is make an incision right here. Okay, so I want to separate that chicken, all the meat away from the bone. All right, and it might look difficult, but it's not really that hard. Okay, because once you do this, all right, and then take your knife through the cartilage. There you go. Removed. Thigh bone removed. Okay, and then what we're going to do, all right, that's essentially how our chicken leg is going to look. Now, the other thing I'm going to show you real quick, all right, is what a lot of chefs might do. All right, is just remove that knob, okay, at the tip there. All right, and I'll just put the knife right there. All right, you can use I have a butcher's cleaver, okay, French knife, your regular chef's knife will be fine, okay. Done. All right, and that just gives a nice looking presentation, all right, they'll give a nice looking presentation to your finished chicken leg, all right. All right, if you want to see that one more time, okay, for those of you who have a regular French knife or chef's knife, kitchen knife, all right, again, place your knife down, done. Okay, so the next step now, all right, with our chicken legs is to get it marinated. All right, so I'm going to hit it with some of my homemade jerk seasoning, all right, and I'm going to tie them up, all right, and I'll show you how to place them in a pan for pan roasting. All right, nice and easy. Bowl. Here is jerk seasoning. Can you smell that? Full of pimento, Scotch bonnet, thyme. Start off with 2 tablespoons of the jerk. All right, I'm gonna open up the legs, all right, because I want some of that seasoning to get inside as well. All right, I'm just gonna put them inside the bowl. And then a little bit of olive oil. Next thing, just toss it around. Make sure everything gets nice and coated. All right, now I'm not adding any extra salt to this, all right, because the seasoning has a fair amount, not a fair amount, but has some seasoning in it already, has some salt in it already, so you don't want to over salt. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna tie these up now, and what you need is some butcher's twine. All right, and yeah, it's nice and easy. All right, it sounds more difficult than it really is. All right, you'll need 2 pieces of twine. All right, and I'm going to take out one of my chicken legs. So as you can see, okay, you got some of that marinade on the inside. All right, I'm going to close that up. Okay, and all right, there you go. Take some twine and start at the bottom end. All right, you want the top of the drumstick facing away from you, and just like you would a nice Christmas present, all right, start your twine at the bottom. Just tie a little knot. Okay, there you go. All right, so 2 nice looking medallions. All right, ready for roasting. All right, everyone, we've got our chicken legs marinated. They're tied. All right, next step, we're gonna get them roasting. And because it's pan roasted, we need a pan, all right? And we need our oven set to a roast setting. So like say 375, okay? Works perfect, all right? Now what I'm gonna do, I'm going to slice an onion, because what's gonna happen, okay, I'm gonna place this down into my pan. Whoops. I'm gonna splash just a little olive oil in there. All right. And then I'm gonna place my chicken breast, or sorry, my chicken leg, right there. Okay. Now that's gonna do 2 things. All right. It's going to allow the chicken not to stick to the bottom of the pan. All right. As well, that onion at the bottom is gonna add a little bit of flavor because we're gonna use what's in the pan to make our sauce. All right. So what else am I gonna do? I'm going to use a couple cloves of garlic. All right, give it a light smash. So give my garlic a little bit of a smash. All right, just want to crush it a little bit. All right, and what that does is going to help to release flavor into our pan. Now the other thing I like to do, all right, I have a shallot. It's like a small onion, a little bit sweeter than a regular onion. And again, I place that down in there. All right, so all that's gonna add some nice flavor, all right, to my finished sauce. So some of those juices are gonna release from the chicken, gonna have a little bit of that jerk spice inside there. All right, it's gonna come out lovely. Now the last thing as well, all right, before I go into the oven, just take a dollop of butter. Put it on top. All right, so into the oven we go. All right, now, while that's roasting, the next thing I'm gonna do is plantain. Lovely piece of plantain, all right? Now, for those of you who watched your grandmothers cook, you would know that grandma hardly ever used a cutting board, right? The way I prepare a plantain, all right, and a lot of you would have seen this already. Take both ends off, all right? Then make an incision right in there. Nice and easy. Okay, take the skin off. And there you go. Plantain. All right, ready to be sliced. Now, typically we'll have plantain fried. All right, make nice thin slices. Give it a nice pan fry. They're also great in terms of making plantain chips. But what I'm going to do today is I'm going to steam it. All right, and then I'm going to crush it with some fresh green onion. All right, so I'm just going to make some nice large slices. Okay, nice and easy. I have my pot. So I don't have a steam basket, but what I've done is I have my plantain with just maybe about 3/4 of an inch of water. All right. Because I don't want to lose any of that that nice sweet flavor from the plantain. So I'm going to put this on the stove. I'm going to bring it up to heat. All right, and then I'm going to turn it down to a light simmer just so it lightly cooks. All right, so here we go. All right, so my plantain's going to go on. Stove on.
Actually, 1 second. No, it's fine. It's in the shot. Yeah.
All right, so stove is on. And my plantain is going to slowly cook. So, and the next thing for us is what should I make? Let's do something really easy. I'm gonna make a coleslaw, slaw with chocho, right? A little bit of red pepper, and I'm gonna make with it a passion fruit and lime vinaigrette, all right? So first thing though, I need to get a lid for my pot, because it won't steam unless it's covered. There we go. Okay. So here we go. Let's go with the slaw. So chocho. otherwise known as, typically as chayote, all right? Coming from South Asian countries, originally indigenous to South Asian countries, made its way through South America over to the Caribbean, all right? But this is typically a staple with Jamaican diet, Jamaican food, high in vitamins, really good for you. You can have it raw, you can have it cooked. A lot of people will throw it into curries or soups. It's amazing in pumpkin soup though. And yeah, it's really nice. I was never really a fan of this when I was a kid, but I guess as I get older and you know my palate starts to change, yeah, it's not bad. I find it okay now. So we're gonna prep this. All right, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna trim the ends off. All right, and I'm going to peel it. Okay, just give it a nice peel. Now you can eat the skin, all right, it's totally fine. And if you're not a big fan of chocho, that's okay. All right, you can use regular coleslaw if you like. All right, totally fine. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to slice this, all right, nice and thin. And I have one of my trusty pieces of equipment here, a mandolin. All right, what I'm going to do is slice it nice and thin. All right, there we go. I think that should be good. And then what we'll do, we'll take our pieces or slices of chocho, and then I'm going to cut these into what's called a julienne. Okay, so here we go. There we go. Now if you want to do this by hand, if you don't have a mandolin, that's totally okay. That's going to go in, and this is going to be used as a little garnish for our jerk chicken plate. And as you can see, just toss that a little bit. Starting to have some beautiful color in there. All right, the red pepper giving a nice contrast of color. Okay. Now, next thing, making the vinaigrette. Again, nice and simple. All right. Some people might hear vinaigrette and they think, oh, it's so hard to make a vinaigrette. It's not hard at all. All right. I'm going to show you a really simple way. You need a bottle. You need a little bit of mustard. Okay. Maybe about 3/4 of a tablespoon in. So I'm going to cut these in half. All right. And you'll see that nice pulp in there. And a lot of people just cut it in half like this, take a spoon and eat it. They might scoop out the pulp, put it on ice cream. It's really, really sweet. Has a nice, distinctive flavor to it. All right. So what you do, just squeeze some of that out. All right. The juice starts to release. I'm going to show you the other passion fruit. All right. And again, we're going to take out the pulp. Give that a nice, and you're really just running it through a little strainer. Let me take an eye on my plantain. Ooh, coming along. You gotta watch your temperature because you don't want that, because you put a little bit of water in there, you don't want that to simmer away. People climbing trees and just having fruit as their afternoon snack. Okay. All right, so there's my pulp. juice and pour that into a jar. Okay, lime. Okay, so I'm squeezing half a lime. All right, I'm gonna pour this in as well. All right, now to finish this off, I'm gonna add some olive oil. Now, when you're making a vinaigrette, the ratio is usually 3 parts oil to 1 part acid. All right, and I'm gonna add a little bit of acid, cider vinegar. You can use white wine vinegar. Sherry vinegar's not bad as well, but probably a little bit harsh. So use something nice and simple. And my lid for this jar. And then here's your dressing in a bottle. Nice and easy. Just toss a little into our slaw. All right, and give that a turn. Now, if you want a little bit more lime in there, totally up to you. Go for it. And just a pinch of salt. Finito. So this is our slaw, okay, for later on. All right, and I'll show you how I'm gonna use that later on, okay? All right, now, next thing we're gonna do, all right? I roasted a corn, all right, corn on the cob. Again, one of those Jamaican staples, is what I like to call it, okay? So I'm gonna take the kernels, off. And I don't need all of it. And I have here, all right, some charred cherry tomato. Okay. So this is going to be another garnish for our dish. Some charred cherry tomato and corn relish. So to this, add some cider vinegar. Okay. I'll add some salt. And here we are. A little bit of black pepper. Touch of olive oil. All right. Lovely. Okay, I'm gonna leave that there. All right, everyone, we are moving on to our steamed plantain. You'll see that nice heat coming off there. What I'm going to add to this, all right, I'm going to start just crushing it lightly. Okay, and I'm going to add some butter. All right, a couple tablespoons of butter. All right, then I have my green onion. Okay, gonna combine those. All right, and it's gonna give a nice creaminess to it. All right, and I want this to have a little bit of chunkiness. All right, add a little bit of salt, not too much. Touch of pepper. And that's it. Okay. But of course, just got to make sure that my flavor is where I want it to be. Okay, just a touch more butter. We'll bring it there. Now, this plate that we're making is going to be like a flavor explosion if you were to make this. Because we're gonna have that jerk and have that nice spiciness from the jerk. Okay, we're gonna have the sweetness from the plantain, right? We're gonna have that nice balanced sour tartness coming from the vinaigrette on the slaw. So I made some sweet potato earlier, all right, a nice puree. Okay, but what I did with this, I infused a little bit of coconut milk in there. All right, so again, we're getting some of those nice West Indian flavors. It's gonna sit on the plate. All right, a little bit of that, a little bit of jus coming from the jerk chicken. All right, gonna be lots of love on this plate. Okay, so that's gonna be for later coming up. My plantain, pretty much ready to go. I'm actually gonna cover it so it stays warm. There we go. All right. So you're just gonna reserve that. Now what we should do, our chicken has been in for a while, and we're almost there really. All right, so I'm just gonna check on the chicken, make sure that it's coming along. Oh mama, look at this. All right. So what you can do as well, all right, just take a little bit of that oil there. Just baste it a little. Okay. Just gonna brighten it up a bit. All right. Now, when you're doing chicken legs, all right, you should be able to bring them up to 160 degrees Fahrenheit. That's how you know your chicken is completely done. We want to make sure that there's no undercooked raw meat in there. And right now we're hitting about 163. All right, so we're pretty much there. Okay, this one's almost 170. Okay, so we're looking pretty good. All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop this back in just for a little bit longer, just to make sure that you're good to go. All right, callaloo is similar to spinach, a little bit more fibrous. Okay, the leaves are bigger. Okay, they take a little bit longer to cook, but for this, if you can't find callaloo, spinach works just perfectly. Okay, cooks a little bit faster. All right, so just be aware of that. And what I'm going to do, okay, give it a little bit of a crush. Nice mince. Okay, one clove will do it. And the shallots, and what that means is I'm just releasing flavor. I don't want it my pan so hot that it's going to burn. All right, because I don't want that type of flavor. Okay, so I'm releasing that flavor. I'm going to add my spinach. Okay, just get this moving. Usually works best when you have a bigger pan, but I love spinach. Lots of spinach. Done. A little bit of salt, shallots, garlic. All right, some good flavor coming off that. All right, so I'm just going to keep this warm at the back here. And I'm going to take out this. I'm going to take out our chicken now. Coming out the oven. Looking lovely. Looking lovely. All right, so what I got to do is I'm going to just leave this aside to rest, all right, because this pan I'm going to use to make our sauce. So all this at the bottom of the pan is flavor, okay? And I'm gonna add that secret surprise ingredient I told you about. But I'm also gonna add some chicken stock. I'm gonna add a little bit of veal demi-glace. It's like a veal jus, veal beef stock that's gonna just help add body to the sauce. And we'll strain it and finish it, and then we're ready to plate. Okay, so I'm gonna get this on. Okay. Okay, so like I said, this is gonna add flavor to our sauce. All right, inside this pan, we'll have a little bit of that jerk seasoning. Okay, but as well, and this is a good thing about my jerk seasoning, I can add a little bit more, just for a little bit more love. Okay. Now, while I sweat that out, all right, I'm gonna bring out that secret ingredient I told you about. I don't know if you can guess what it is. A little bit of Jamaica's heritage, a little bit of dark rum. All right, so I'm gonna add a little bit of dark rum, all right, to this sauce. We're gonna make a nice jus. All right, not too much now. I think that should be good, yeah? I want to cook that off. I'm doing that in stages. This is our dark rum sauce. Add a little bit of stock there. Okay, a little bit of stock here. Alright, so this is a nice chicken stock. Alright, and I'm going to let this just simmer, develop flavor. Alright, now the other thing I'm going to add is a little bit of beef demi. Alright. That's, like I said, it's just going to add some body to the sauce. So I'm going to get this out the pan, strain it. And put this back on the stove. Okay. Okay. So it's developed a bit of body already. It you know, it has a nice nice looking texture, nice looking shine. All right, but to finish this off, what we do in the culinary world is we add just a dollop of butter. Okay, probably about that big. And what that is it's called monteing our sauce. So by adding a dollop of butter, we're adding a little bit more richness, a little bit more texture, all right, and it's going to just sort of smooth out all that flavor in there, all right, and bring it all together. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave this here for just a second. I'll add just a pinch of salt. All right, and really what we have is a nice dark rum reduction. It's going to add nice flavor to our finished dish. So I'm going to do 2 plates, all right, and we will start with our plantain. A little bit of butter, some green onion, and I'm going to press that in. Moisture coming off. Actually, I have another ring mold, so I can do 2 at a time. Now, of course, when doing this, I had a staff of about I don't know, 8 people. So we'd be working together doing these plates. And of course they took time, but the end result is a customer that's super happy. My sweet potato is ready. I'm going to add, actually no, I won't do that. Take this off. Take some of our sweet potato puree. Put a nice dollop there. Gonna take our chicken. Don't forget to remove the string. Not too many people like string on their food. There we go. Okay, then we take some of our relish. Not too much. Let some of that corn fall. Alright, and like I said, you guys can have fun with this if you like. Alright. I'm going to take it and put it down like that. Just twirl it on a fork sort of thing. There you go. Now, of course, we've got to finish this off. And just let that gently fall on the plate. And there it is, guys. There we have jerk chicken elevated to another level. We have that lovely plantain in there. We got that spinach. We have chocho slaw. We have a sweet potato puree with a hint of coconut. That jerk chicken, lovely color. That's exactly what you want. All right, and like I said, you don't have to take the bone out. You can leave the bone in. All right, it'll still come out looking amazing. All right, so there you have it. My version of jerk chicken taken to another notch, another level. Okay, so there you have it, folks. All right, my version of a jerk chicken taken to a new level. We have that nice sweet potato puree with a hint of coconut. We got that crushed plantain with scallion. We have the spinach. We have that charred tomato and corn relish, chocho slaw, dark rum sauce. It's got a nice spice to it, a nice hint of that Scotch bonnet. Something that you're going to enjoy, I think. And like I said, you don't have to take out the bone. You can leave it in. You're still going to have an amazing, amazing result. If you want to see this type of dish or other dishes that I've made, other dishes that I played with, you can go to my Instagram page, chefwcf_IY kitchen. Look me up, get some ideas, and like I said, have fun with your food. Totally okay. You know, like when your mom and your grandma used to say, don't play with your food, now is the time you can play with your food. All right. Again, thanks for joining me. Thanks to the Ontario Black History Society for including me in this experience. Happy Emancipation Day, everyone. Be well. Take care. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Cook. Well, thank you so much for chatting with us today. I'm so excited to hear from you about all the wonderful things happening at the cabin. Can you tell us a little bit about Uncle Tom's Cabin?
I sure can. So I'm here broadcasting from the North Star Theater here at Uncle Tom's Cabin Historic Site. So we're a good 3 hours southwest of Toronto, on a little parcel of about 5 acres of property. And on the property, we have our museum, the Josiah Henson Interpretive Center, which is about 5,000 square feet. And it houses the theater and our gallery. And then out back in our courtyard is where really the history comes to life, because that's where we have 3 buildings, a structure that was lived in by a former slave, a formerly enslaved person, I should say. We have a church that was, of course, integral and central to the lives of these African-American pioneers that escaped from the South and settled here. And then the centerpiece of the site, which everybody from around the world comes to see, is Josiah Henson's cabin. And Josiah Henson, people probably know him better as Uncle Tom, but they don't really know that he's Uncle Tom. So you see, this book that was written by Harriet Beecher Stowe back in 1852 called Uncle Tom's Cabin was really the first literary outcry against slavery that was published as a novel. And it was written by this Caucasian woman, Harriet Beecher Stowe from Connecticut. And when the book came out, it sold over 1.3 million copies in the first year alone, which was phenomenal back in those days, a real bestseller. And of course, when something's that popular, then there's controversy that follows it. And so people said, well, these characters you've created really couldn't be real. They're just imagine it from your imagination that has gotten away with you. And so Mrs. Stowe took offense to that, and she decided to write another book a year later called A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin, where she said, this is how I was inspired to write the novel, and these are the people that I have read about or met that really have lived the lives similar to those of my characters in the book. So when she talked about the character of Uncle Tom, the central figure, she said, if you doubt somebody like that existed, then you need to read Josiah Henson's autobiography. He'd been enslaved for 30 years in Maryland and Kentucky, came up to Canada on the Underground Railroad, settled right here in my little town of Dresden, and lived out the rest of his life as a free man. So that's how he got to be known as the real Uncle Tom. And it's his house that people come from around the globe to visit. And they can also visit his monument, because he is buried here on the property, died when he was almost 87 years of age. So in a nutshell, Jordan, that's the story that we tell. Not just Josiah's story, it's central to our site here, but we tell the story of all these other refugees that came up to Canada. Almost 20,000 came up escaping on the Underground Railroad and settled in all parts of Ontario. It's just Dresden was one of the main centers.
Mm-hmm. And that kind of freedom struggle, or that journey to freedom, that kind of starts in Canada. How do you see Canada, organizations like Ontario Black History or yours, really promoting the continuation of freedom and the development and the evolution of freedom? What are your thoughts?
That's a great question, Jordan. So we're owned by a government agency called the Ontario Heritage Trust.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go online and visit their website, you'll see a microsite that's called Slavery to Freedom. And that's where we've pulled together over a dozen Black heritage sites throughout the entire province that have interpretation relating to freedom seekers that came up from the South looking for freedom here in Canada during the time of slavery in the Southern United States. And so that's an awesome resource where people can read the stories behind the churches that are still standing today, behind some of the cemeteries where You can see the monuments to these freedom seekers, and behind museums like ours that tell the story of these freedom seekers. So I think it's one of the most important things that we do is keeping that story alive. People often say, why do you keep talking about it? Why? Let's just focus on the future. Well, we have to acknowledge how we got here, and we don't want to erase history. We don't want to forget history. And so it's so important that people like myself, there are descendants at these museum sites that are more than eager to tell the story of our ancestors and what their struggle was and how it has led to where we are today, why we have the achievements that we have today. I'm thinking top of mind about a man from Dresden here. His name's Hugh Burnett. I don't know if you've heard of him, Jordan. He formed a group called the National Unity Association. And it was formed right here in Dresden, but made up of people from Chatham, which is a city nearby, and Buxton. And he formed it because Hugh went off to World War II, served our country. And when he came back, he went into town here in Dresden and he was refused service of a cup of coffee because of the color of his skin. And so he formed this organization to challenge the Canadian laws and the laws about discrimination. And it was because of him that you and I and everyone today since 1954 benefit from his work, because his work led to the passage of 2 laws that made it illegal to discriminate based on race, creed, color, nationality, religion, all because of this group of African Canadians banded together and fought for our rights. So social justice began years ago, and as you know, we're still struggling with it today.
Oh, I wonder what your thoughts on this. I wonder how we as, we're in the future, smack dab in the middle of the future here. And how do we make the most of the present moment with all the work that came from the history? How do we really not get stuck in the history and really harvest all that history gave us today?
I think that's a great question. We do have to acknowledge that history, and we have to learn from the positive outcomes that we can see in every moment in our history here on this planet. I think about people like Ruth Dudley, who is African Canadian, who grew up here in Dresden. And she remembers what it was like when she couldn't go to the restaurants, right, and she couldn't go to the soda shops. And so for Emancipation Day this year, I should backtrack. She was filmed back in 1949. She was a teenager in her kitchen being interviewed for a National Film Board of Canada production on racism in Canada. And so for our emancipation program this year, we're interviewing Moses Latigo Odida, who has, you know him.
Yes.
Fantastic man.
Yes.
So I interviewed him a couple of days ago for our program, and he came down here to Dresden to interview Ruth Dudley 66 years after those events of 1940s, 1950s, to talk about, have we grown as a society, and what lessons can we learn from our struggle from then till now? And I think one of the overarching messages is the education. We need to, this history you and I are talking about, we weren't taught it in school. At least I wasn't. I don't know about you, Jordan. I'll only speak for myself.
Definitely not.
Definitely not, right? And so I think that's the overarching message, is that we need to have those conversations, not just in school. It shouldn't be just left up to our educators to do that with our youth, but the elders in our community who these stories have been passed down to. We need to talk with them, take that time to hear firsthand what the struggle was like, why it was so important, and where we are today. I think we all know there's a lot further we need to go, but we need to have those open conversations, I think.
I 1000% agree. What are you excited about for the future, Stephen? The world is opening up back, we're still Black. What are you excited about?
I'm excited that we're going to open back up the museum on July the 30th, Jordan. After being mothballed for so long.
Yeah.
So we're gonna open the doors to pre-booked visitation, practicing the social distancing and all of the regulations that have been put in place. But now we'll be able to have people come through the doors again and see the eye to eye and see how our story is resonating with them, and have those conversations in person about what it means to be free today and what that struggle has been. So I'm really excited about that, to be sure.
Me too. I am planning my trip up. I'm really
awesome
excited to come.
Come on, well, maybe not, don't bring a bus yet, but
okay,
bring a nice big bubble that you're living in and bring them on down to see.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, thank you so much, Stephen, for speaking with us today and sharing your incredible wealth of knowledge. Stephen, how long have you been at the cabin there?
Now, Jordan, my math isn't so great, but it's well over 30 years now. But I've been blessed in this position because I'm doing something I love, and I think it's important too. So I'm honored to be in this position. And you know what, Jordan, I learned from the great-great-granddaughter of Josiah Henson. She was curator here at the museum when I first started. And so she taught me everything I know. And that's why I hearken back to that message I'm trying to convey about having those conversations, because people would often ask her, what was Josiah Henson like as a person outside of his achievements and his autobiography? What was he like as a family man? And those stories didn't get passed on because they felt, we're here, we're free now, we don't need to talk about that. And so a lot of that history's been lost. So that's why I encourage everybody to, even today, as soon as this video's over and you're inspired by the work of the Ontario Black History Society, that you pick up that phone and you have a conversation with somebody in your family that may be a holder of the truth in your history.
Ooh, that's a wonderful word to end on. Thank you so much for chatting with us. Folks, do not hesitate to get your tickets and register and go see Uncle Tom's Cabin. You will not regret it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, Jordan. Listen, happy Emancipation Day to you and your family.
Likewise. All right, take care.
Bye.
Okay, so today I'm really excited to speak with Alika Hall. Alika Hall is the executive director at the Nia Center for the Arts. She believes in the transformative potential of the arts to empower and strengthen communities. She has a professional background in strategic communications, having spent 6 years supporting health and nonprofit organizations. Alika has a passion for creating spaces for artists to create, learn, and grow with new audiences. Can't wait. So what's NIA? What's it all about?
So NIA Center for the Arts was started over 10 years ago out of the Youth Challenge Fund as a sort of legacy project to look at how we can improve access to space for Black artists and young people who are interested in the arts. It was born out of the recognition that Black artists are doing amazing things in every discipline, but you don't regularly see them represented in our galleries, in our museums. You can't go and see a Black theater production, once a month. So there was, a bunch of artists who came together with the Youth Challenge Fund staff, folks who you might know like Wayne Mangesha, Amanda Paris, Fua Cooper, Ian Kamau, Dr. Mark Campbell, and they conceptualized and created the idea of a Black Arts Center, and that's sort of where we arrived today. Part of their vision always was to have a physical space knowing that we need that grounding in our community, a place where we can consistently go and access the arts. So from the very beginning, the vision was always to be a physical center, and now we're working on bringing that dream to life with the renovation of our space at 524 Oakwood Avenue.
What role do you feel art plays in the process and evolution of freedom today?
Artists give voice to our dreams. They give color to our imaginations. They provide language for experiences that we don't feel like we can properly articulate. They create the soundtrack to our experiences, our celebrations, our traditions. They have the power to document, and usually are the first documentarians of our experiences and our history, right? We can't rely on our history being documented by institutions or academics for the most part. And so it's often the artists who put our history into their own books and their writings and their movies and their paintings and their music, right? That's the role they play in our society. They reflect our times, they reflect our struggle. They're some of the strongest and most powerful voices in our communities. So I think in terms specifically of the role in emancipation, that's not what you asked me.
Freedom.
So I think given all that skill, given the importance of that role,
right,
they sort of act as a compass. You know?
Say more about that.
I think, you know, when we see artists, especially today, right, the resources that they have sometimes to pull the stories together, to pull videos together, to put, you know, music together, they're really reflecting the experiences that we have, and sometimes, you know, imagining what it would be like to be in a place without struggle, or a place where there's that, you know, freedom of choice, freedom to love who you want, freedom to, you know, like pursue what you want.
Sure.
And so I think now that we're seeing a lot more artists as well and creatives get more resources to tell those stories in some scenarios, they really bring color to, I think, our dreams of what's.
To whom and or what do you feel we can look to harness the liberation hard won by those before us in today's modern context?
I think, you know, I feel like there's so much focus on the youth of today, and I feel like we need a dual-pronged approach, if you will.
Tell me more.
I feel like there's so many elements to the fight and the struggle that our elders have already done. And we don't, because our history is not documented, because sometimes we don't know who those people are, we don't rely on them enough. We don't ask them what has been done.
Right.
What research were you a part of? Who, you know, as part of previous governments, we think of, like, you know, an Ontario context, which governments did we ask for what, you know? And I think we miss an opportunity to understand the tactics, the landscape, the research, the demands.
Sure.
And we're always kind of starting, you know, from the beginning, because for so long, government is not listening to us. And so we feel like we need to start the conversation again with, you know, whoever's at the table today, instead of asking sometimes and looking for that research or looking to our elders to understand we need to ask our elders what they already know, what's been done, what was demanded. I was reading the other day this publication, I believe it's called Our Lives. It was Canada's first newspaper dedicated to Black women. It was founded by Dion Brand and contributed by amazing folks like Fua Cooper, Dr. Fua Cooper, scholar, an academic and poet. And I think it was published in the 60s, I believe. And so much of the writing is reflective and relevant to today. And so I feel like we sometimes miss, opportunities to learn the tactics, learn the demands, to go back to the research from previous generations to shape our strategies for demanding or, you know, just deciding what liberation looks like today. On the other hand, I think there are elements of our identities of, the Black Canadian experience that have changed so much with new generations. Each generation becomes freer to be who they are, becomes more affirmed in their Blackness.
Sure.
And so speaking to a younger generation gives us insight into where freedom could go. Places that we didn't think imaginable or we hadn't considered, 50 years ago, 60 years ago. I think about the Black, queer, and trans struggles and that path for liberation. I think, speaking to Black trans youth gives us insights into a different kind of freedom that we hadn't conceptualized.
What is your vision for the future of freedom in this country? As an artist, as a leader, as a daughter, as a woman?
I guess, when I think about freedom, I feel like we have to all think about it on an individual level.
Sure.
And then think about how it reveals itself and manifests in our community and our society more broadly. And when I think about, some of the losses that we experience as Black citizens, I think one of the core ones that really, I think is really nuanced and often, not talked about enough is the loss of the ability to pursue your dreams. I feel like people choose careers because they have to go into them, or they feel like it's the only way to make money because of, it's an acceptable career because of who they are, or they weren't able to pursue the education that they wanted to because of the cost or because of anti-Black racism in schools. I think there's so many dreams that are shortened or are not realized because of a wide variety of structural barriers and systemic barriers. And I think to see Black folks be able to realize who they are and the fullness of who they are. They want to pursue STEM, or they want to become an interior designer, or they want to, become a creative director, that all of those opportunities are available to them. And they're able to pursue them with the fullness and richness that they should be able to, because there aren't all these other structural barriers that could relate to housing, education, justice, etc. So I think at its core, to me, that's one of the individual freedoms that I feel more Black Canadians should be able to pursue. And for each individual that looks different. But at its core, to me, the ability to realize your talents and gifts and contribute those to society speaks to a kind of freedom that we have, that a lot of generations haven't had.
Oh yeah, big time. And how do you see Nia playing a role in facilitating that process?
Yeah, the creative industry is one that a lot of Black folks haven't necessarily had the resources and support to pursue. I think about my own background. I told my dad at a young age I wanted to be a fashion designer. He was like, you need money for that. So you can go to school and get a traditional degree, and then you can decide to do what you want to do. But you don't have no money for no collection. You don't got no money for no sewing machine. So, but I think, as immigrant parents, that's often, a real challenge is you want to put your child on a path to be successful, and the arts and creative industries don't seem like something where they can be successful. And yet our community pushes culture forward. Our community creates culture. Our community creates art just naturally by existing. So Nia Center being both a space that affirms that young people and emerging artists can build a career being artists, creating a space for them to connect to community so that they're connected to those audience, that people are invested and saying to them, yes, pursue this, you got talent, do it, come on, is an important part of nurturing that generation. And I think as well, being able to have that, be a space where people can learn, can explore, can say, oh, I think I'm interested in, theater. Can I, be in this program? Can I join your summer camp? I actually found out maybe theater's not my passion, but I really love writing. So I'm going to pursue that. The ability to connect them to established artists who can help them in their careers, as well as giving them that space for experimentation to grow. The other part of freedom, as we talked about, and particularly as it relates to artists, is that they articulate, different experiences, different authentic experiences for us in a variety of disciplines, whether it's film or showing us through paintings what Black love looks like, or showing us through writing a future where we're not being policed and killed. And so I think NIA Center presents that, being that sort of platform and providing support for artists to conceptualize and give color to what that actually looks like, what our liberation looks like. So being able to present exhibitions and events and artwork year round is really an important part of us being able to show with community what Black artists are saying about our freedom.
Thank you so much, Alika. Can you tell us a little bit more about what NIA's up to?
So we are currently renovating our space. It's 14,000 square feet, split over 3 floors. We're creating a performance space where you'll be able to come and watch dance performances or a film, or hear an academic come talk about Black liberation. We'll have an artist studio. We'll have a digital media lab, a small recording studio, a youth space, co-working space, kitchen, a smaller event space, and fingers crossed, an outdoor patio. Yeah, we began construction in fall 2020, and we are currently also fundraising. So we need to raise about $1.7 million to realize a space. So if folks are feeling compelled to invest in the future of Canada's first professional Black Art Center and invest in our freedom and liberation in the art space, then they can make a donation at niacenter.org.
Thank you so much, Alika.
Thank you.
It was a privilege to speak with you and hear your perception on what freedom looks like today and tomorrow. Folks, go ahead and do what you need to do to participate in the liberation struggle. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan.
So, I'm gonna cut to a conversation that I had the privilege of engaging in with Randall J, who's Ontario's first poet laureate. Take a look. What emancipation looks like to you in 2020. Now, I had a conversation yesterday with NIA's ED, Alika, and we spoke about the difference between emancipation and freedom. So I had asked, what does emancipation look like today in 2021? Which is a little bit more process oriented than event based, which freedom tends to kind of connotate. So I asked, what does emancipation look like in 2021 to you? How do you feel about that question? How do you feel about kind of diving into that? And again, this is a dialogue. It's not like you have to have the right answer.
I'm okay. I'm okay to dive into that question.
Cool. And then the second question is, what role do you feel the power of poetry plays in the process and evolution of freedom today? That wasn't intended to rhyme, but it looks kind of like it does. A little alliteration for the folks in the back, so we can do a thing with that. Comfortable with that question, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Totally up your alley. And then, which artists specifically do you look to for helping you harness the liberation that was won in today's modern context? I'm excited for your answer on that one. And then, of course, what your vision for the future of freedom in Canada is.
Okay.
And then finally, what role do you feel like RISE plays, or organizations like RISE play in the process and evolution of freedom and or the facilitation of that freedom?
Gotcha. Sounds good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, that works.
All right, let's get it. Let's dive right in. Okay. Okay, so Randall, Ajay.
Hello.
Please share with everybody, us, what you are all about. Who are you?
My name is Randall J. I am a spoken word artist, an author, a speaker, a lover of wisdom. I'm a philosopher, someone who is just in love with wisdom and knowledge. Well, wisdom, not so much knowledge, wisdom. And I'm someone who just understands how art can transform community and how community is built on the backs of artists as well too. And you know, just you can call me an artivist. My art is really about empowering, inspiring, sharing, and loving at the same time too.
And speaking or building on that, what role do you feel the power of poetry plays in the process and evolution of freedom today in 2021?
I think it plays a huge role. You know, first of all, when we think about poetry, it's directly linked to literacy. And literacy, at a certain point, we were not allowed to read. We were not allowed to express ourselves. We were not allowed to reflect on our journey. And so, and I say we because as a diaspora, you know, whether you remained on the continent or you're taken off the continent, access to education, you know, was something that was skewed. And so when I think about the role of poetry, not only is this opportunity to reflect upon the experiences, the trauma, the resilience, the resistance, the perseverance, the hardship, the pain, all of it. Not only does it give us the room to reflect upon it, but it also gives us access to go in. Poetry is essentially a vehicle. You know, in my opinion, poetry is meant to be cathartic. It's a vehicle that allows us to express and to question. And I think there's a role of introspection in poetry, which is something that we weren't taught to do. In fact, it was always a matter of keep going. Don't think about the pain. Don't sit and wallow on the pain. Keep going. And so poetry is a pause, a cathartic pause to express and reflect upon the pain. But what most poets have done is not only to reflect upon it, but reflect it in a way where the audience, the readers, the listeners can also feel like they're a part of it. And poetry is this opportunity to say, take my hand, let's go on a trip, let's go on a journey. Let me show you what I've seen, what I've been through, what I've heard, what I've smelled. And I think there's something really beautiful about how poetry does that. And lastly, there's something to be said about how trauma sits in the body, how trauma sits in the anatomy of a human being, and especially the anatomy of an oppressed human being, or of a generation, you know, that has had to carry on the oppression as well. And I think we as a people have learned to be okay with trauma sitting in our body, but poetry, arts gives us the room to take a moment to look at the trauma, to question the trauma, to reflect on the trauma, and find a means to let it out.
Yes, agreed. Wholeheartedly agreed. And how do you see, you know, poetry, the work you do, being an agent in the process of emancipation in today's context, today in 2021, when we are free, but we know that there's still a lot of work to do?
I think poetry in relation to the notion of emancipation in this day, and you know, just the work that I've been doing in the community is really about giving a pen or a paper. And you know, when I think about a pen can also be a symbol of a mic. It's you speaking, right? And so it's giving voice to the voiceless, it's giving voice to the silence. It's providing a platform for us to even hear our own selves. You know, sometimes it can be very scary to sit with yourself and have to deal with yourself. But poetry is not only the room to deal with and sit with yourself, but also like a safe space to do so. And often poetry is something I approach without judgment, because it's just me and the paper and my thoughts. And I'd also add to that that poetry allows us to really play with the dichotomy of freedom and emancipation. I do think they're a little bit separate. They're separate, but they intertwine. And I think they're kind of like they intertwine, but at moments they're like independent of themselves, you know?
Can you say a little bit more about that?
So how can we be free in this world when there are still people that look like us, our brothers, our sisters, our mothers, our fathers, our cousins, that are still being treated as second, third, fourth class citizens in a society? How can we be free to walk outside or to sit on a bus with another, or to even just move in a world where anyone of any background or ethnicity can be together, but at the same time, a certain group is treated differently as a result of? Or I think another example that I could provide is really around, when I think about emancipation, it's not just physical freedom. It's mental, it's spiritual, it's creative, it's psychological, it's freedom on all aspects. You know, to be emancipated is not only to be able to move free, because I think freedom can be a vehicle towards emancipation. You can be physically free, right? You can be physically free, but still mentally in chains, as you know, as it has been said in the past. So I think the role of poetry is to really be able to assess, to question, to reflect, to take an opportunity to really understand the ways in which we can actually question what freedom means. Recently, I've been watching this documentary called Amend on Netflix, and it's really powerful. It speaks about the 14th Amendment in the States and how before the 1900s, emancipation, technical slavery, let's say slavery, was abolished. But in 1960, we still had Martin Luther King, who was advocating for the freedom. So although slavery was abolished federally, in each state, they treated it differently, right? Although we're allowed to integrate in each state, it looked differently. And so emancipation is holistic, whereas freedom, I think the freedom is concept, because freedom can also be subjective, right? Freedom is subjective. What's free to you, Jordan, is not what's free to me, right? So that's what comes to mind.
And even just building on that, what does freedom look like or feel like to Randa?
It feels like joy. It feels like, you know, that feeling of joy?
Oh yeah.
So joy, it differentiates from happiness, because I think joy is a full body experience, whereas happiness can be like a mental and a physical, but joy is it's full joy, like the full body experience. And so that's what comes to mind when I think about it. And I think also to really be able to understand like how it shows up, you know, how it shows up in our lives, and to truly be, like I said, like in all the different bodies that we navigate, the physical, the mental, the spiritual, the emotional, the creative, that all those the spiritual, like all those bodies can work together. Like there's a holistic way of looking at emancipation, whereas we can all be free. And I feel like that's what really comes to mind, you know, for me when I think about that. And also just like the role of laughter, you know what I mean? Laughter feels like emancipation for me, to be free of thoughts that are burdening me, to be, to let go. Like when you're deep in laughter, and you're so, like, laughter is a present moment experience. You're so in the moment of laughing that nothing else matters. I think that's what true emancipation would feel like.
Oh, I love that. And what role, you mentioned in the beginning, the work that you do in community. So the work of Rise, what role does organizations like that, groups like that, play in the facilitation of this process toward freedom, this journey toward freedom?
Yeah, I feel like arts organizations, in my opinion, the role of our organization is to build community. And in building community is to create pathways with which others can see themselves reflected in different parts of the journey, or they can see another iteration of their beliefs. And so community is that we are not bound by geography.
Right.
Nor are we bound by likes or hobbies or interests, but we're bound by even a stream of thought. We're bound by our own experiences, our lived experiences. And I think art organizations and even organizations as a whole have a role in terms of creating those communities where folks can talk,
Right.
folks can dialogue about experiences, about concepts, ideas, and also being a platform, that can launch others. I think of Rise as a launching pad, like you find your purpose. Can we be a launching pad to accelerate your purpose a little bit further? And so
Absolutely.
that's really what I've been focused on. Like, how does this platform, how does these funds, these federal, municipal funds that we get, how does it become a launching pad, Because again, we have to be real, like just being honest, the not-for-profit sector is a business at the end of the day. It's a business. Let's just call it what it is. It's just taxed differently.
Sure.
I digress because, the not-for-profit system is a very interesting system in and of itself. There's so much to say about that, but I think the role of these organizations is really to be able to, and also to add to that is that the role of this organization can play the symbol of a bridge. So from one side you're working with corporate or municipal governmental bodies, and then the other side you're in community, but you are the one that is tethering those experiences, those resources towards the others.
Oh, absolutely. What are you excited about, Randall? What's exciting you? What's on the horizon, 2021, 22?
I'm excited about how my art, like the work that I'm writing, how it is going to really, in my opinion, help, support, inspire others. I'm really excited about what's been happening on the continent. The continent has been seeing a lot of shifts and a lot of growth. A lot of us have decided to go back to invest in whatever capacity that we can. And I think I'm really excited about what's happening, especially for myself from Ghana, to see what's happening in Ghana. I'm also really excited about, there's a lot. I'm working on a book, so that's really exciting. And just all the projects that I have the opportunity, and to be real, the last thing is like being in this position as a poet laureate of Ontario. I'm really excited about other Black and Brown youth that can see me and say that they can, aspire to become that one day, because someone did it for me. As another poet who stood on stage and spoke his truth, that I said, that's going to be me one day. And I hope that I can be that same bridge in a way to the next generation.
I think that's a perfect place to leave off. Thank you so much, Randall, for sharing with us your visions and your missions and your dreams and your practices. We're all better off for it. Is there anything that you would like to leave folks with before we sign off?
Well, thank you, Jordan. It's been a pleasure, speaking with you as well. These are some great questions. I think the last thing that I would like to leave, and if you've heard me speak before, you've probably heard this, but I don't think you can say this enough. It's that whenever we do take this moment to look at emancipation or to look at Black History Month, it's to look at the past and to look at the ancestors and what they've done, the path that they've created, the opportunities that they've created in order for us to be here in this point in time. And I think it's equally important that we who are still here recognize that one day we too are going to be someone's ancestors. And that in this moment, we are literally carving out the legacy, the dash that will ultimately help influence what it will look like in the future. And that, every day we live, every day you live is an opportunity to create a legacy. Every day that you have the opportunity to wake up is a gift to make the world around you that much better, to make the ancestors proud, like I think they're very proud of many of us for the work we've done, for things that they only imagined that we are doing today. So, take that with heed, and may gratitude be your shoes. May gratitude be your shoes that guide your soul towards where you need to be.
Spoken like a true laureate, absolutely well said. Thank you as always, Randell. Where can folks find you if they want to connect?
You can find me on my website. That's www.randellaj.com. I'm more active on Instagram. That's at randellaj.com. Actually, everything is at randellaj.com. So it's simple. So folks can find me there, and I'd be happy to connect. Also, the Ontario Poet Laureate has a website. It's called ontariopoet.org. And so you can also connect with me there to find more about my poetry and more about what's happening with the position and the role.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Take great care.
In this Western world where war is waged, we wear our wounds like warriors. Hearts on sleeves, we wear our wounds like tattoos written across our iris. We see the world in a peaceful violence, yet speak of the world in the ways in which we've been silenced. Like how they erect women like queens, then Mirandize a lady's liberties in the New York Minute. Strip you bare of your culture and ethnicity. Tell you you are free, yet criminalize you before you're proven guilty. They treat innocence like business, breaking bonds and stop people in cells like product and trade you when they lose interest. The price we pay in exchange for freedom. The American dream is a war between spirit and sin we've yet to wake up from. This dream is a nightmare for us melanated beings who walk in the light. We are immigrants who left our rights at the borders we crossed. We came from broken land to stolen land, this true north strong and free. This economic monopoly to commodify me. This land has clouded my vision, clouded my melanin, and made me feel blue. They blackmailed me with white lies, and I'm in search of truth. In search of change, no purple rain. They are yellow-bellied cowards green with envy. Rednecks who'd rather see me on gray concrete, soulless and empty, as my red blood runs towards a pot of gold, a fleeting rainbow that colors the canvas of a 2,000-year-old genocide. The paintbrush, a gun they use like exercise to run this country. Race is a fundraise marathon that's gotten the world off track. Race is a fundraise marathon that's gotten the world off track. Too many issues to get our reparations back for being black and excellent. They kill black bodies and extract our melanin for medicine. We are lab rats in a social experiment. They put fluoride in our water to make us docile. Chemicals in our food we cannot pronounce. That's the we need to keep out our mouth. They use our names as bonds of ownership. That's why they capitalize our names, so they can capitalize on our names. We are modern day slaves in search of freedom. Growing up in the 6, when I was 7, I knew brothers that never ate, so they started carrying knives. Growing up in the 6, when I was 7, I knew brothers that never ate, so they started carrying knives. Like my best friend who started selling rocks and turning them to boulders. He started packing the heat because the waves were getting colder. Now, I don't condone selling poison to make a living, but we don't control the drugs that cross these borders into this new world order. Obama succeeded the snakes in the bush, only for America to pull the Trump card when we didn't look. Like a game of presidents, it's politics. That's why I'm hesitant to vote, just in case they ain't true, duh. Obama succeeded the snakes in the bush, only for America to pull the Trump card when we didn't look. Like a game of president, it's politics. That's why I'm hesitant to vote, just in case they ain't true, duh. I fear the world my children will inherit. So I do my best before they come, before I perish, to be the change I wish to see. So I wear my heart on my sleeves, tattooed across my skin are my wounds of this utopia I believe, in hopes of brighter tomorrows. Because every sunrise of black mother's nature is mourning the death of her son at his wake. Mourning has become a ritual of survival, a coping mechanism, a means of honoring our reincarnated ancestors, because life and death coexist in the form of faith and breath, in the fleeting moment of an inhale. A reminder it is a gift to be alive. Despite the pain tattooed behind my eyes, here I stand. Tattooed across my skin are my wounds, the plight of this African Canadian man. Thank you. Give thanks.
This next song that we are going to perform for you is an original of mine called Maybe I. And I wrote this song because I believe we all have the ability to make a positive change in this world. But the first step in forging our paths into the future is believing that you can.
Maybe I can make a difference. Oh, maybe I can make a change. Maybe I can save our future. Maybe I will lead the way. Oh, maybe I can stop destruction. Oh, maybe I can stop the pain. Maybe I can save our children. Maybe I can erase the stain. Hold on, deep inside, it won't be long, but we gotta try. Hold on, deep inside, hold on, hold maybe I can change some people's hearts. Maybe I can change their ways. I know that I can be a leader, and I know we'll find our way.
Well, that concludes today's events. Thank you so much for joining us in our pre-show for the main event, which again is August 1st. Did you have a good time? I mean, I had a good time. Really good conversations, really good pieces of work, and we're so grateful to everybody who joined us. Thank you to the volunteers, thank you to the board, thank you to our sponsors at Canada Heritage, thank you to everybody who joined today's event, and cannot stress enough how important it is that you go and register for the main event on August 1st. Yes, please go ahead and register. You won't regret it. In fact, our host, Brandon Gonez, also recommends that you go ahead and register. So make sure that you're there for that event. And thank you so much for joining this one. With that, I'm your host, Jordan, and wishing you the best Emancipation Day weekend that you could ever have and more. Okay, bye.